Oh, there it is. Should document that. So, as we start the stream here, um, what I did was I didn't say anything for basically again the first 3 minutes at all. Said nothing. And then again, you can see the scammer was hiding normal views and stuff like that. And then as soon as I came in the stream myself, that's when you saw that jolt up to 5 concurrence the instant that their system detected that I was in the stream. So, again, this is your proof that YouTube is lying and they are putting bots on my account because again, no, again, there's a like on the stream. There's a like right on the stream. So the scammer came in, acknowledged that the stream is here, put their like on it, started removing any trending, any real views, siphoning them like they normally do. And the instant that I was in the stream, the instant that I started watching my own stream, the concurrence went up to 5. So this is the 4 bots that I've told you that they have following my account around. So as you can see, the same exact patterns we always see as I start to talk about this stuff. Again, that's just the scammer. When you see this, again, it's the same patterns. They're just sitting here lying. So it's going to start with 3. It'll go up maybe to 5, 7. Not, again, it's literally the same patterns we always see. It's not real. Any views that we are actually getting, legitimately getting, they are putting you to some sort of weird not live version of the stream, and they are taking all of your views, all of your legitimate trending, and putting it on this scammer's channel. And again, we're getting scammed. I've told you guys this. There's something going on. This guy is very clearly screwing around with people's bank accounts. He's trying to get into ours. That much is very clear. That much is very clear. And again, this scammer is in the process of trying to use one of our debit cards. So this is a very serious matter. It was always about the money. It was always going to be a scam. They have sat here and taken all of my streams, my views, siphoned them to this channel where I show you all the time there is a complete fucking scammer. Literally just right there on YouTube. When you type my name into YouTube, this other scammer will come up. And they have stolen so many of my videos, reposted them, conveniently at the same time that my views halt. You know, exactly right when I post it, my views completely halt. And then this person then reposts these videos later on, gains thousands of views, spam reposts them too. And again, this scammer is the same scammer that has been sitting here creating Steam accounts in people's real names, data mining everyone in my family, friends, people that I know, because they found this information. And they are doxing it. Exactly like where criminal police are sitting here monitoring you through flocked cameras every day now. Because again, that is a violation of your rights as a citizen. Police can't sit here and unlawfully surveil you throughout the entire United States. They can't do it. Yet they are. It's incredibly illegal. It's called unlawful surveillance. They can't use any of that data for anything. If they do, it's illegal. Anything that they would try to bring up against you will probably just later be found to be dropped and will just cause you a problem, the courts huge amounts of costs, the police department probably a massive lawsuit. And again, you should be doing your fucking job. Today, conveniently, right when I had an occurrence of somebody very blatantly causing a problem for our bank account, again, a police officer was present. Conveniently. I am really sick and tired of noticing this convenience of a state trooper or somebody sitting their ass at a bank that's closed. This is a closed business. Okay. Now, I'm fine with it for the most part if you think that you have the right to monitor the 24-hour ATM. Okay, that makes sense to me. But if I go in there and an hour later I come back and you are still sitting there and another cop is there now and you're fidgeting around with stuff, you're looking at me, seeing if I'm making eye contact. You're still there an hour later, you're not doing your job. You're hanging out in closed businesses because you don't want to be seen. What the fuck are you doing? And why are all of my concurrents all the way at zero right as I point out that the police are following me around and causing problems? Have I proven it enough yet for you? That the police departments in my area are following me around and causing problems? Oh, now we're removing likes from 3 to 2. Now we're playing around with the like button from 3 to 2. So stop being a bunch of retards. This scammer is sitting here manipulating you too. Because as I've already stated, this disgusting, filthy terrorist is being employed by the corrupt FBI, the federal FBI, not the state offices and stuff like that. We're talking about behind the scenes. We're talking about this. You don't know about this. Why are we sitting here liking the stream for the exact amount of concurrents that are in the stream? Because you're lying? Because you're lying? Why did I just watch the likes go up for every single concurrent that is in the stream? It literally just did that. Literally just did exactly that. Two concurrents, 2 likes, 3 concurrents, 3 likes, 4 concurrents, 4 likes. And now that I said that, 5 likes, 4 concurrents. Oh, now there's the 5th one. There it is. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Why are we playing around with things? 6 likes, 6 concurrents. It's not real. Just like when I come in the stream, there's clearly malicious bots attached to my account because this person's monitoring what I'm doing. And then it flags YouTube's system because YouTube thinks I have bots and I'm view botting people. Nope, it's him. Dumbasses. Yeah. And you're going to get sued. Fucking majorly. I'm having all kinds of fucking real life problems because of you, YouTube. You doing nothing about a scammer. You fucking disgusting piece of shit platform. You fucking disgusting piece of shit platform that promotes police, millions of subscribers on police, but then locks down an account that's trying to educate people and inform them, make them smarter. You know that. You want people to be fucking stupid. Why is it that every single fucking stream that I or video I watch on YouTube, why is there something broken every time? Why is it that it blatantly obvious this scammer is in my account at all times? Why is there always something broken? You know that means that there's a scammer in your account and YouTube's not doing jack diddly fucking squat. So for those of you who I told that the volume boost is grayed out, it should just be there. Yeah, that means a scammer's in your account. And they're doing this. And these are just fake numbers. That 6, that's not real. It's just a number. The person's keying in. It's not real. That's why we're tracking this. That's why we're literally individually tracking every last little fucking view that YouTube removes that I am in fact entitled to, because this scammer is removing legitimate views, my views. So we're documenting every last view. This scammer sits here and puts on my channel mistakenly on purpose to get YouTube to remove. We're tracking that because this scammer is giving all legitimate views, all legitimate trending to his fake con channel that has been reported for years and is doing this literally just for attention. That's why he's doing it. Like, yes, clearly this person has a political agenda. That much is clear because otherwise some of these things wouldn't be so fucking obvious. The feds would actually do something because he's a criminal. He wouldn't be sitting here every day doing this on YouTube without the feds actually doing something about this. It's highly illegal to sit here, drain people's AdSense account, and endlessly behind the scenes always create a reason why I can't access my money, why I can't get paid. Always. YouTube has always done this to me. Locked my fucking subscriber count. Remember that when it was locked before the 1,000? Well, it's over 1,000 probably because of the scammer and various people that were actually subscribing. And this scammer sat here and tried to flag the system and cause a problem for that, which it probably did. And then none of the actual views, none of the subscribers, people that are actually legitimately trying to subscribe can keep that subscription. Half the time it's gone. Do you have any idea how many times I have notifications and I set them to all and then I come back later for a channel and they're on personalized? Yeah, because the scammer did that. Why is it that every single video on YouTube doesn't play? Just doesn't play. It's the same thing. I'll literally try to play a video on YouTube, sits there and just does this. Doesn't do anything. The whole page doesn't load, completely times out. Why does it do that, YouTube? Why is everything always broken? Why is this scammer sitting here fucking around with views, likes? Why did you allow a content creator named Cookie Plays to sit in here and act like a goddamn fucking child? For even months at a time, let alone the amount of time that he did. Why did you let such a fucking stupid child ever on this platform? What a goddamn joke that stupid asshole is. This guy is a stalker. This guy's a fucking stalker. This is the same guy. I want to remind you that fucking faggot blew up my phone the moment he had my phone number. This is why I didn't want to talk to him anymore. And he tried to scam this all to make me look like the bad guy and literally take over my chat. I'm too nice. The very second that guy had my phone number, I was trying to grocery shop. And this guy was literally sending me book text messages, blowing my fucking shit up, calling me nonstop. These assholes are scammers. This crew of people that came from Michael Does Life, they're scammers. So I don't know what the fuck he has going on his channel. But that entire network of fucking people are scamming hackers that were intentionally screwing with his games, as I said. And you can't say, you know what I mean? Like, he tried to part ways with them, so it's very possible he knew or didn't know at the time, but found out. And it's very possible that he was in on it, but it's very possible that he wasn't. So, again, these fucking retards are sitting here acting like this. Not real content creators. These guys, you know, they want my phone number. They need all this help. They're in my chat. All like, look, I help people with my content. But when you're sitting here and you literally send me nonstop fucking book text messages and you're calling me and shit like that, you are a stalker. You put your kid's picture in your YouTube icon? What the hell's the matter with you? It's like literally everything that I do that I have a niche for where I clearly would have this, and this is like a niche that I could follow and go to. I gotta change it because this fucking faggot comes along and steals it. And does exactly the same thing I'm doing, where he clearly has this botting system and a whole bunch of his son's little friends from school and shit like that. So he can endlessly get them to watch it. And it's fucking weird. And this guy endlessly gets views because of this shit. I mean, meanwhile, I'm sitting here actually just not doing that. You know, my friends are such douchebags. If I try to show them a stream, they act funny. Yeah, I swear to God, they act weird. That's why I told them don't fucking watch my streams then. Yeah, like I try to talk to him about that shit or something, like I talk to him about a stream or something like that. My friends will fucking act like douchebags, complete fucking douchebags. You know, like they can't sit there and watch a stream with me on it, with me there or something. Like that's real embarrassing or something like that. Okay? So You get what I'm saying? That like, all right? So like the point is like if that's the way like you have these fucking people that act like fucking douchebags and stuff like that, then why the fuck are you gonna sit here and gonna allow this goddamn scammer over and over and over to take advantage of fucking people on your platform and defamate people more when you know YouTube, you fucking know people are like that. You know people are like that. You have the data on this. You fucking try to mind control people, and you know people are like this. And they act like this. This is what this is all about. About you manipulating people to see streamers a certain fucking way. Yep. If you didn't make it, they're lazy fuckers that just want to play video games. No, you can go fuck yourself. That's not the case. This fucking scammer is stealing my viewers, and you know it. You disabled my AdSense account, all while claiming I need to give you my fucking state ID, you goddamn retards. Well, guess what? You're also the stupid faggots that let this scammer drain my AdSense account in the first place. I had thousands in there, and this fucking faggot drained it. Yeah, I know I had thousands in there because I was getting fucking ads for fucking ever, and I did that. Yeah, you remember when this faggot Cookie was in my chat? And they were always talking. They're like, you get ads? You get ads? You get ads? Yeah, it wasn't too long after that I started having problems with those ads. Yeah, actually, the very fucking next day. Imagine that. The very fucking next day, I started noticing a problem with those fucking ads. The very next day. Oh, gee, I wonder what the fuck is going on there. Oh, gee, I wonder. Mr. James Semro over here. That's who I'm talking about, by the way. That's who we're talking about. Yep, look him up. He was some music, and he's terrible. Dude cannot rap. He is a scammer. Like, if you listen to his rap, there is no way anybody thinks this guy is a rapper. No, he is literally a scammer. He is literally as dumb as fuck. He doesn't do anything. He's uneducated. Why are you, if you don't have talents, why are you trying to make content, you stupid fucking scammer? You were always a scammer. You are sitting in here trying to endlessly milk this for everything it's worth. If you don't have talent, shut the fuck up, sit down, and watch. Go to your job, whatever, like I had to. Okay? But meanwhile, I've always had them. I should have pressured my school more to put me in that fucking class that they didn't put me in. I should have done certain things to put myself into media. Every single goddamn time a dumbass at a job wouldn't put me in the electronics section at Walmart and Target. Every fucking time I worked at a store and you didn't do that, you look really fucking stupid now, don't you? Every fucking time you wasted my brain. Every time you wasted my brain having me unload a fucking truck where you could have some dumbass do that any fucking day of the week. Oh, look, that guy's 6'3". Yep, let's pick him. Meanwhile, this guy is gonna get eczema out the ass and white as shit and have eye allergies and nose allergies forever because you always put me in a dusty, cold fucking ass truck. Douchebags. So, you know what? I don't fucking care. I literally just don't. Nobody does their job whenever I fucking go and I try to go anywhere. Like, pretty much no one does their job anymore. Pretty much. Except for maybe people at Boscov's or something like that. But then I say that, and then there'll be some scammer working there ruining it for them. There's a couple stores that are still doing it right. Not many. Really, there's really not many. And all as it takes is paying people enough that you get a desirable person where you can justify the interview. Like, no, I'm not gonna hire that fuck. We're gonna pay this person this much. I'm not hiring that fuck. And then you move on. So simple. They're hiring a bunch of fucks. So look, I don't care. They got a bunch of piercings. They got pink hair. Who the fuck cares? If they do the job and they're good, that's what matters. And if you always treat them like you're the person with the piercings or the pink hair, they're gonna feel comfortable there. So you might have problems with that person now. It's all being mismanaged, all of it. And these fucks, they just get those positions just because they got a piece of paper from a college that says, "Yep, business management, business management." It just says business management, so you know, therefore. But that's how I look at it. Whenever I see that, I'm like, business management. Business management. So you learned a bunch of terms, passed some tests, fell asleep sometimes, studied. Yeah, okay, that's nice. Do you remember it? Do you know how to apply it? Probably not. This is the problem with colleges these days. Like, we have all these tech schools and low-end fucking colleges that just like business management, and these fucks make so much money to do nothing. And then they lie about it too. They think doing something is like more delegating and stuff like that. It's like, no. A lot of times it's supervising the people to make sure that they don't need assistance, you know, make sure they're doing it right, it's getting done efficiently, and giving those tips here and there and managing that is your fucking job, you goddamn retards. So, for example, why the fuck are two cops standing at a bank for a goddamn hour at least? Why? They're first responders, right? One of them had a marked car, the other one had an unmarked car. Can't even confirm that the other one was, one of them was state, the other one wasn't. I have no idea. What the fuck you do? For an hour. You're in a closed business. You know your body cams are on and you have dash cams in your cars, right? So what are you doing there for an hour? This is like very common where like around here people just are mismanaged. I see it all the time. That's why I didn't even want to fucking do. They weren't going to make me the manager or give me the ability to help the manager do their job properly. That place, like, just like they are doomed. They will forever make those mistakes, and you've got to move on because they're gonna drag you down. They're gonna blame everything on you. Everything's your fault. They're not. It's not their fault. You're the scapegoat. You know, like this dumb manager runs this place. I told her this expert, literally, I had an expert appraise something, sent a picture and everything. Wow, isn't that great? You have an employee that knows an expert. Had him appraise it, and they had another guy say the exact same number as this person. Apparently, there was another guy that said the exact same number as this person, and two experts saying exact same number. That's hilarious. Actually, they don't even know each other. Hilarious. And they literally marked it up. I think we were saying it was something ridiculously low. And they were marking it up like 500-600%, something like that. Just because they don't understand what it's worth. So that's mismanagement. You're taking a floor space. You're never gonna sell that, and you think it's worth that. So what, you want to rip somebody off? Is that what you want to tell the community? Because when they buy that for that amount, you get that. What they're gonna do is tell everybody what they paid for it, and if somebody's gonna be like, "You got ripped off. That ain't worth that." So is it really what you want to do? Shouldn't be. I really don't think it should be. You know, like this is kind of the point. Like we could be. I should have this on the screen for you guys. We could be. Um, it's tropical storm, by the way. It's not a hurricane. We well, I mean, that's a grade of hurricane, but it's not really a hurricane. It's, we call them tropical storms. Um, by the way, also it is gonna hit. It's going straight in. It's gonna hit Austin. It's gonna hit. Apparently, it's gonna go straight in, right like this. And I don't know. I don't. I think some of this is gonna hit Austin. It's projected to, but um. Anyway, I just don't understand how so many people could be so wrong, except that except that we're all, like, pretty much all of us are being influenced by this internet, this everything's connected bullshit. We are, whether you want to believe it or not. Um, shouldn't be a bunch of cameras following you around everywhere you go. I mean, aside from the fact that is illegal, you shouldn't. No citizen should have regular fear that the police are just going to track them and show up at their house. Like, we saw this. We saw a completely innocent woman who had to be cleared later on, and all these problems can occur and stuff like that just because the cops want to harass somebody. This is disgusting. You know, you're on the same thing. You drive your cars past flock cameras too. You take trips too, off duty in your own vehicles. So how would you like it if, somebody did that to you? And the point is, yeah, you go, "Oh, well, I'm a cop," and stuff like that. You're like, "It's okay, I know," and the guy's like, "Well, no, actually, it's not." That's the concern I have. You're a cop. You're coming in our town a lot, off duty. And we've been having some stuff going on. So, you know, you're gonna have to answer for that. It's like, what? I can drive wherever the hell I want. Yes, you can. You're just driving on the road. Who cares? That is an amendment. And so the point is that anything that would make you fear, like this is terrorism. That this is where you even have the CEO of Flock defending Flock, but trying to use that for his defense. No, it is, but again, it's to us, it's terrorism. So he's trying to use it as a defense because it sounds right, but it's terrorism to you. That's the point. He's a CEO. It's a company. They can't just fucking do that. And so, like, they're making money off of illegally surveilling you because the Trump administration's not doing anything. Like, these things are all over the place. These things are all over the place. And if we just look at it here and I zoom out, look at this. Okay, I mean, this is disgusting. That's how many like we shouldn't be able to see this many cameras. And this is not a real number. This is just Flock. That's not, trust me, there's a lot more than that you don't know about. That's just that system. There are so many that you don't know about. Because think about how they're already doing this, where there's traffic cameras that were already there. You can't really do that. As I've already said, courts have officially ruled that for targeted enforcement areas, I've even talked about this, how I said that this actually makes sense. Where, let's wait a sec here. Basically, you have so many cars going on, like a highway, fast travel, so they're hard to catch up to. That could cause a bad accident if you try. And then there's so many lanes and just so much traffic. You really don't want to try to enforce it with like people. Like it might not be safe. And so it's much better to have cameras, just over the highway where people are just going to run the toll and not stop or something. That actually sort of makes sense. Now, for the love of God, please warn people, because I mean, there's times I remember doing this by mistake the first time I saw one of these. They don't do them in PA, I don't think. I remember, I think it was out of state that I saw it, and I didn't know. I literally just and I stopped. I felt bad. I was looking around for somebody, and I couldn't do anything about it. But I very clearly ran the toll, and I was like, ah, crap. I think because it wasn't really labeled. It's just that, like, it was the sort of thing where you're just on a highway and you're supposed to pull over. It's so weird. Like around here, you just pay when you get off the turnpike. You know what I mean? Like you don't have a. It's so strange to do that. So, that was the issue, and I just they have cameras, so that obviously that's what happened, and they just do that. But that makes sense, and that fine, okay? But not every intersection, and sure as heck not where it's not justifiable. The point is, you don't want to make it seem like people are being surveilled on a highway. It's a highway. You're not hanging out there, it's a highway. Do not hang out on the highway. But, if people feel like there's a camera watching them, they're not gonna be on sidewalks, they're not gonna be hanging out outside, they're not gonna be doing anything, and this is cancel culture on the sense that people aren't touching grass if you if you get what I mean. Um, so no wonder, you know, no wonder. Um, so it's not really necessarily COVID. It's just the people that are paying attention, are informed. They know about this. They do. Um, that's why we can even look at this, and I appreciate the guy that's doing this. The deflock in general. I really appreciate the fact that he's doing this. He's taking it on and doing this. It's a .org, and the whole point is he is very concerned with how they do it. It's not legal. And a lot of it, again, I saw a video where somebody was bringing up a very good point, where these are not on brake poles, where like there's supposed to be a certain amount of breakaway. Like again, you would have guardrails that prevent you from going off the road. But then, if there's an accident or something, you have to have poles and stuff that break on purpose. Actually, if they don't, um, you get what I'm saying? This is very dangerous. So these are all on poles that don't pass that code. And they're just the same. These would be different ordinances depending on where you are, where depending on the speed, how far it is from the road and stuff like that, it would have to be into the ground, and not in like concrete or something like that. So he was bringing up the fact that they had one in concrete, literally right off the side of the highway, and it's like, you really can't do that. And I think he's right about that. I think that a lot of the time that is the issue, where it has to be able to break away. It's got to be in the dirt. So there's ways to do that. And again, you could put it in concrete, but you'd have to put it a little bit further away, I think, is the idea. So it was like right next to like a guardrail or something. So if the guardrail bent or something, you get what I'm saying? It would just was a problem for that. Um so this is a lot, and then as you can see, we even have them down here. So like, you think you're going on vacation and getting away from this? No, that's what's weird. The fact that like they would follow you around on like your cruises and stuff. Isn't that weird? I think that's really strange. Cuz that's what that is. And I mean, that's a good bit, man. Yeah, that's it's the same thing. So that's funny. But you see, when we zoom in on a city, if we look at a city, let's look at Minneapolis or Indianapolis here. Sorry. We'll look at Indianapolis here. We have a lot of cameras here in Indianapolis. I guess we could. The trouble is the city names are. I don't know exactly like the. I know where the states are, but I don't. If it covers up the city, it's gonna be hard for me to find. Is that Minneapolis? I think that's Minneapolis. Yeah, okay. I think. Yeah. So if we look at Minneapolis, here there's a lot. And I'll bet this has something to do with ICE presence too. They're just gonna use these. Look at this, just all directions at a Subway. Government Center Park. Yeah. Yep, there it is. There it is. Um, I see them a lot around Walmart and Lowe's. Walmart and Lowe's, that's a big one. Um, I don't know that it's necessarily them, but it could be. I think a lot of these cameras though, you have to realize when you look at them and you look it up, police departments in the individual areas are surveilling. They are the ones that are responsible for them. This is very interesting. Um, so you really want to be you really want to realize that again, if you just have all these cameras everywhere and police can just kind of like, what you have to realize is every time your car goes past one of those things, a database is storing every little bit of information about your vehicle as you go past it. Like everything it can get. Everything the little AI system can detect. If there's a dent, if there's a light out, if a- anything, anything. Yeah. And it's storing it. That's why these data centers are building up. Actually using data center. So the things you hate, and then they're sitting here using police to harass people that they think are noticing these patterns. Just like with me. Where you can clearly see, us calling stuff out and it escalates. So again, like just like these constant numbers, the 8 and again completely fabricated. Nobody believes that. It's not real, okay? These are not real numbers. These are bots. Oh, again, my regular views are not happening because the scammer is stealing them. Just like when you see the stream start and the scammer is the first one in here, likes it right away, goes from 1 to 0. And then again, they're clearly sitting there. Just like when I have documented evidence that they're sitting there spamming the emoji button as fast as they possibly can before the stream even like like basically very obviously they know that I was going live. They could see that even though I don't announce it or anything. So um remember that these cameras are on poles with little solar panels, and any moron that knows the smallest a little bit about this and that can hack into these things. They can. So that's kind of the point, is this is just your data endlessly getting leaked, and now it's your vehicle. So this is vehicle cloning, and so this is we're entering into the days of police falling for these massive scams because they're stupid. Because they're just going to be used like a tool and be kept in the dark about what this really is. And in reality, real police work is real police work. It's going out on the road and pulling people over. It's not staring at them on a camera. That's not what it is. That's unlawful surveillance. Again, I don't care if you have that system sitting there tracking, again, cars on a really fast highway with a bunch of lanes and stuff like that. Makes sense. But just regularly following with all these cameras everywhere, following those cars around, tracking their to and from, totally illegal. It's insanely illegal. Um, it's entrapment in some cases where you actually would sit there and do that. But it's unlawful surveillance for sure. It is. Um, but yeah, definitely they're going to use it for entrapment for sure. Um, so, I'm just throwing it out there that the ones that are not smart enough to realize it yet, there's just a really good chance that Trump's just going to get a lot of people sued that fall for this shit that, essentially they don't understand that he's like sort of scamming all of us. Why are my likes going from 6 to 3 instantaneously when I said that? From 6 to 3. Why would the scammer be removing the likes and keying in lower likes right when I say that? And then again, I acknowledge that this is a thing, so then we go from 3 to 4. Why? Why do you think that is? So this person is lying and socially engineering. Basically, what you have to realize is, at this point, because I'm on stream and stuff, they have already used my voice to program an AI to sound like me. So what they're trying to do is essentially have some sort of online sort of presence, where they can endlessly, you know create a scam of manipulating a scammer to endlessly do whatever they want, and essentially milk them for content, steal their money, steal their money, steal their content, all while being them, pretending to be them behind the scenes and pretending to be the brains essentially behind the scenes. That's what this person I think is doing. Because again, I have no idea who this person is. They are a scammer. I do not know them. They want everybody to believe that I do. I do not. I do believe this person contacted and was manipulating many people in my life before, though. I do I do believe this person did that many times. Um and again, it's easy to see that when this person um was creating scam Facebook accounts um in my family members' names, and actually like talking to them on Facebook as they were trying to say things and talk about it and stuff like that. This person was trying to contact and has confirmed contact and stuff like that with these people. So again, I just it's very serious when this platform is so trash that they've never removed this person. You can again search my name in into YouTube search, and another channel will come up. And again, that is a scammer. It's not an actual fan account. Um, because again, that person is the person that should have been removed from this platform for doxing street addresses, people's names and stuff that they didn't, that I never gave them, that they, you know, data mined, found out, just like the content they're reposting. I don't know, again, who this person is. It's not like I'm in contact with them. I do not care for the fact that they're doing that, obviously. Obviously, I don't. Um, obviously, I don't. When I'm a martial arts instructor, I don't really, want somebody sitting there impersonating, you know, and taking that content and stuff like that. Um, Part of the seriousness with teaching online and putting it online is that this is exactly what you get. You will get a million people coming out of everywhere to sit here and steal what you have. I swear to God, even I have never, even to the point of Steven Seagal. Like this guy never showed that he could ever punch ever. And then all of a sudden, after I did a video on it, suddenly he can sort of punch, but he's also doing it wrong. He's still doing it wrong. So like it's very clear he like saw something and took that from somewhere. Well, it's probably because again he's been watching my shit. So I think again, this scammer knows this. This scammer is a data miner and knows all these famous, people were sitting here and trying to maybe promote and thank me for those things, but it wasn't able to do that because this scammer just made a toxic mess of it. And so again, that's the point where you would get um if you do martial arts, you get all these people that A are just going to sit there and troll, or B, again, you're going to get a lot of people that will it's lost, sometimes lost in translation too, what you try to teach, and if you don't have somebody to show it on, or also um most people have really bad habits from all these different martial arts styles out there, where if you want to try to tell somebody something where everybody does it this way, and you're the one guy saying they're doing it wrong, they really have a hard time believing it. Um, but truthfully, there's a lot of shit that people are doing wrong about martial arts, and then I say it, and the point is, I'll have a reason why. I'll be able to actually tell you why. So there's a difference. And so that's an instructor, that's somebody with experience, where I've had many people over the years that I've needed to answer that. They would need to know why they were doing certain things and stuff like that. Um, this is why I did kung fu, because if you were following along and you remember my history, I'm not shy about the fact that I did Tung Sudo for 2 freaking years, and it was garbage. I hated it. It was stupid. Didn't teach me anything. Literally taught me stuff wrong. And I was constantly asking to learn more and stuff, and even some of the other students wanted to show me more. They're like, "Oh, come on, he's ready." And I was intentionally held back and stuff like that, and it's stupid. So that's a money game. That's a money game where oh, well, we can't show you the back thrust kick until, you do your test for this. But if I can do it, why not make sure I'm doing it right, so that way I don't go to try to do it at home unsafely or something like that. You get what I'm saying? Like when you know, like when you're teaching a young person, it's a little different. You know what I mean? Like they're already trying to do it. It's like just correct him already. Like he's clearly gonna do it on his own. Just correct him. You know, you don't have to make it part of the class to show him how to do it. So that's the point where these guys were just their knowledge, instead of it being this, it was so this. That's why. Because if they show you that, that's one less thing that they can sit here and hold on to. There is you've no comprehension for just how much that there is to learn in martial arts. That it's not basic. There is so much. And this is what people get wrong, and this is where you get the trolls where they might see some of these kung fu movies and they don't understand it because they've never actually had an instructor spar them full contact who can hit that fast with that many strikes that quickly. I have. Yeah. And you know, when you go into my videos and you watch the videos that I did on my channel, like the way to fight videos and stuff like that, where I'm doing the shadow boxing, that's what I'm doing. That's all Jackie Chan and those guys are doing in those movies too. Like it's the sort of thing where like normally you'd have like a form or a kata in karate, um, where you would do a series of set movements, and this is your practice. So the shadow boxing would be a version of that where you're trying to visualize an attacker, and it's not a routine. You're trying to sort of just pretend like there's somebody attacking you. So the more stuff that you can come up with and all that, is the more you can surprise your opponent. If you just punch and kick, I already showed you in Kung Fu, a block to a punch is this. I mean, literally, I'm just going to smack your hand out of the way. So, yeah, like, that's the point. Like, karate, they'd be like, you have to do this. It's this. It's this. Wait, so bring my hand across my body so I can't hit with this. Eh, eh, eh. Yep, great. Genius. Brilliant. No. Most of the time, even if you want to be a boxer and you have an open hand and you have them up and you do this, it's just that. It's just stuff like that. That's a lot of times what kung fu looks like. But the point is that hit, you know, like the whole thing. I don't want to do it too hard, but like you don't need much space. The 1-inch punch, that's what Bruce Lee was trying to explain. With kung fu, it's an explosion of you know, strength and stuff like that. You don't need much room. The point is, if you're not restricting your movement, you're not like, you know, like in karate where you're supposed to tense everything up. It's wrong. That's wrong. That's incorrect. Just like in when you get good at drums, guitar, anything, you relax, right? Okay, so why wouldn't you do that with martial arts? Trust me. That's when it started happening. That's why I said I had to retire the palm strike in sparring. When I saw the eyes roll back the first time, all I did was tap the person in the front. Yeah. So it was that accurate, that well timed. And I'm like, whoa, okay. No more open hand stuff. Okay. That's it. I just got to that point with my training where I'm like, okay, maybe they're like certain level and above and they can can handle it. Maybe, but just no more open hand stuff. I'm not using that anymore. You know, that you know that's the reality of a sifu of an instructor in kung fu versus a lot of times other styles in America. Now again, I am not talking about some other styles across the world, but Listen, if you're learning judo and you think that you can beat somebody on the street, you're a fucking idiot. Okay? I'm sorry. You're just dumb. Sorry. Sorry. Same thing with jujitsu. You're just stupid. Now, taijutsu, ninjutsu, okay, that's a little bit different. Jujutsu, no, nope. Taekwondo, same thing. Tung Sido, same thing. Garbage, 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 all day long, garbage. It's garbage. Scam. It's garbage. And these scammers, like some of them, that's the point. Like they're just sitting here watching the streams, watching some of my videos, trying to steal that stuff too. Like we used to have poachers in our schools. That's the point. Some of these guys, as soon as you talk about it and they know who you are and they know who your instructor was, especially with me. That's why I don't talk about it. I was never that guy. I don't want to be that guy. And but in reality, even if you knew the guy and you could talk about him, it's the sort of thing where it's like people freak out and it's like, come on. Why can't you just like, like man, it's not about that at all. It's so annoying. So that's what we would get. We would get, just like any other sort of business gets, you get these people that want to copy what you do. Part of the problem with doing that with martial arts is these fat lazy guys that want to call themselves sensei and stupid shit like that. The problem is they're not going to do it right. They're not. And they're fat. They are. And every one of them gets kicked right off their feet. Yeah, that was the issue. I learned from a guy. I learned Tung Sudo from a guy originally that was fat as fuck. And yeah, that was he used to like hit kids and stuff like that. This guy was a piece of shit. He was a piece of shit. I used to watch him like pick kids up and throw them in the corner and stuff. He was a piece of shit. So like I just didn't feel safe around the guy, and I was going there at like I think I was like 11. So, like it was just the sort of thing where after 2 years I'm an orange belt, and I'm doing jump kicks and stuff like that. It's like, give me a break, you know? So I moved on. And the very second I moved on, totally different experience. Everybody was friendly and nice. Um, I felt like I was at like the first class, I felt like I actually learned something useful that I could take home and practice. That didn't make me feel like I would injure myself if I did it. Every block in Tung Sudo is taught improperly. It will not block anything at all. The person that's stronger than you will just hit you. Period. That's what that style does. It forces you to just be, Alan Richson or something like that. Like not everybody is this huge person. It's not going to work. You can't expect that. That will never work. You can't. Not everybody is that. You need something that works. There's a way to do this shit. And this is people's problem. Like, they're so dumb, they actually don't know this. Yeah. Even I admitted one of the hardest things to do in martial arts and starting on my training, this was one of the hardest things. But yeah, I mean, it's not like I haven't been doing martial arts I've been doing it my whole fucking life, basically. 11 years old, you may as well just say it's your whole life. Okay. And so, it is very, very hard to do that, but you can do it. And it takes a lot of training and a lot of memorization and a lot of muscle memory built in. And you gotta be able to do that. You gotta be able to do that. But the mistake people think they make is that, like, oh, there's, ha 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 ha, brute force and stuff. Well, I actually I proved a brute force guy wrong already. So, I mean, I don't need to continue proving people wrong. And look, the thing, what is this? What just happened? Okay. What am I even looking at? Guys, I hit one button again and I'm just staring at something that says happening now. What is this? What the fuck is this? Look at what I'm staring at. This is what I'm staring at right now. This is my screen. I hit one button in Windows and my entire screen turned to this. I don't even know what this is. Is this X? What the fuck is this? I don't even use X. What is this? Why did I just hit one button in Windows and my entire browser window over here completely disappeared and my browser window over here completely turned into this? All of them gone. This one's gone off this screen and this one turned into this. One button in trash Windows 11. One. I mean, that is absolute literal fucking garbage. Why was all of them were closed? It was the thing where it was one button and all of them were closed again. What even is this garbage? And why is it that when I open it, they all resumed like something wrong did happen? Why did all of them just reopen like something did in fact happen? Why? Why? Why is Windows this trash that every single fucking time I'm using it, this happens? Why? Why is it this garbage? What even was that? What? I don't even know. I'm gonna try to do it again. There's spacebar. Nothing. How am I doing this? How is this even happening? Every time I try to recreate it, nothing happens. Oh, I hit the spacebar. Look, nothing happened. Oh wow. Imagine that, like it should. Yeah. But just as I'm sitting here ranting about shit, ranting about martial arts, right on a roll, conveniently right then. Why is that? Why is that? And why are we spamming the laugh emoji every single fucking time something happens? You get what I'm saying at this point? Imagine thinking that I would actually put this much work into a YouTube channel. Yeah, here I am. You can clearly see I've done plenty of martial arts content too, without trying to, put my entire system on here. But, the trolls would, because, they know they would give up, and they probably have. So therefore other people have too. Therefore, therefore, what is that? Why are people so simple? It really truthfully is stupid. It's just truthfully stupid. Um but anyway, the person sitting here, the scammer sitting here smashing that laugh emoji a bajillion times, they've already confirmed like they've already found my business name and stuff like that and remnants of it. Like they know. So like that's the point. That's sort of why I think they're focusing on that. Um Look, let me put it to you this way. I haven't owned that business for longer than 7 years, that's for sure. And it still shows up on the stuff that connects my data. It shouldn't. Shouldn't. There's nothing, there's nobody. Nobody is under that name. That was literally my instructor and me. That's it. It should not show up. Nobody is teaching under that studio name anymore. That's it. That's it. And so the fact that like that continues to show up, that tells me somebody's trying to be me at a martial arts school. Probably in California. Because there are a lot of Hollywood actors and stuff that pretend to know martial arts. Now, there's also some that actually learn it, but if this guy is sitting there and he's like, "Oh, I can pretend to be a Sifu," it actually does matter. It's a much bigger difference in skill between a black belt, a normal black belt in karate, and a Sifu. Huge, massive, like you wouldn't believe. It's about. I can't even compare it. I wouldn't even know where to begin. It's the sort of thing where karate, even Tang Soo Do and stuff, is missing animals completely. It's missing like fiery palms and stuff like that, like open hand, like palm strike, fiery palm type stuff. It's missing Tai Chi. It's like there's just so many fucking things that Tang Soo Do is missing. So like to even try to compare it, where I have all that knowledge, I could teach Tai Chi. I could. If somebody wanted to sit here and just learn Muay Thai, I could extrapolate that from Kung Fu. I've done that before. That's the difference. All of that is extrapolated from. I could just be like, "Oh, I'm going to teach Taekwondo." I could. That's the point. Because they much lesser version. You're just it's like 20% of Kung Fu. Taekwondo is like 30% and Tang Soo Do is like 20%. Muay Thai is also about 20 or 30% of Kung Fu. It is. It's very limited. But it's more correct than Taekwondo and Tang Soo Do. Because it doesn't tell you how to block wrong. Yeah. So Muay Thai is actually not so bad. Yeah. But it is still very basic. Like Tang Soo Do, Taekwondo. Just Taekwondo and Tang Soo Do literally are wrong. They're wrong. It's just wrong. It's literally incorrect martial arts. I can't even, I don't even know where to begin. They stand wrong. I kick them off their feet, and these are second-degree black belts. I kick them right off their feet. I wasn't even a Sifu when I did that. Yeah. That's what you got to realize. I wasn't even a black yet, and I was doing shit like that. Yeah. I was like brown sash and stuff, kicking them off their feet. I mean, it's a joke. And this guy's like a second-degree black. Oh, give me a break. What? 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 You probably spent a lot of money on that school too. Oh boy, this poor guy. He's just gonna get decked by a person with big arms, and that's gonna be the end of it. So like that's what you gotta realize is like you stand wrong, you fall over. And your footwork's everything too. It's how you move. So Steven Seagal is also wrong about. So not only is he wrong about the punch, he got the punch sort of right, but sort of wrong at the same time. So like I've talked about this punch. That is the correct way to punch for the most part in boxing. It actually is. And there's a reason for that. I'm not gonna go into it right now, but there are also times you'll hit like this, but it's when you set it up for that and your footwork set for that. And he did talk about that. But one thing he gets wrong is he said, all right, so he's correct about moving your feet. He's correct about moving. You always want to move your feet, but he's wrong about changing levels. That's animals, and almost no one knows that and how to do it. And that is exactly how I will get you every time. That's what animals are. It's the. Do you remember the viral video of the purse snatcher and the guy that did the hook kick and knocked him in the face? That's an animal technique, actually. It's a crane technique. It is. So you learn to do that. So that guy was probably trained, otherwise you wouldn't have had the timing. That's how a lot of those techniques will end up working. You just you're so good with your footwork and all that at that point, and you're learning that animal style. Now you understand how to throw your arm down, distract them, throw them off, whatever it is about what you're doing. You know, that'll actually be a couple of different things that you're gonna do there. And then you know, you're gonna hook kick the side of the head. But a lot of it will be like timing off of the you know, where you're setting it up, where you do a few moves beforehand to set them up. And so now you're 3 moves ahead. So they fall for your trick, and right as they fall for your trick and they go for that same hook that they keep going for, now you know it's coming because they fell for it, and you're already doing the kick. That's how an animal technique works. Most people don't know it. Most people don't know how they work. And there's a lot of I'm not going to just give you techniques, and I'm not just going to give you forms. But a lot of animal techniques, they're very specific. We will have a very specific block, a very specific technique and finisher for it. And it gets modified depending on the size of the opponent, depending on what attack comes at you. You should be able to do it off a kick, a punch, somebody grabs you, somebody just runs at you. Should be able to do it any which way. Doesn't matter. Got to make it work. That's animals. Nobody knows how to do it. Sifu knows how to do it. That's the difference. So, a tiger, yeah, it's not just using tiger claws. It's not just standing there using tiger claws. Anytime I see that in a movie and I don't see a real tiger, it's so cringe. Jackie Chan, like they're using real tiger. They knew real kung fu. Like tiger, you're gonna see the person in a low stance, very very low. And it's hard to hit them. Nail, they got center of gravity on you. And I promise you, they are a tiger. They're going to come at you with so many strikes, so fast and so hard and so overwhelming. You better know what you're doing. Otherwise, oh, I promise you, you are in for aggression, the likes of which you have never seen. It's literally, you're going to have so many strikes, rapid fire, in your face, real fast, real hard, overwhelmed, and you're not gonna know what you're gonna fall, and they're gonna keep coming. They're gonna stop either. After you fall, there's like a bunch of tiger techniques that continue the technique after you fall. Yeah, and there's a lot of them that are just full body throws where I'm literally just you're getting thrown. So to sit here and pretend like be Steven Seagal with his lack of knowledge and say, "Oh, you don't really be jumping around and stuff like that." Well, actually, wrong. If you know how to do it, actually. Now, you don't want to be doing cartwheels and flips. Flips are stupid as hell. They're so stupid. Um, the ability to run and jump over something and land on your feet is a good thing to have. If you can't jump and do a diving like roll onto the ground and get up, shouldn't you shouldn't be doing it. Like you don't have the body conditioning to be able to handle that stuff. You got to be able to fall. So you just shouldn't be doing it, in my opinion. And so my thing is, if you can't get up from that fall and you can't get up from that roll, sort of kind of what are you doing? And then I like to actually use that a lot of times. So Monkey uses that. It's a great time to use Monkey. And a lot of you don't even understand that. Drunken, Monkey, all that stuff. The point is to make you think the person, like you can't even comprehend, man. So a lot of these guys, they'll be lucky they're gonna get to black in karate and they're gonna be like, okay, well now we teach you snake or something like that, and they don't. It's not really snake. So that's why I don't ever want to put an animal style, like just like the forms and the techniques. I can't just put it. They're gonna steal it. They've been trying to. They always have, and they always will. And it's irresponsible to just put it somewhere for any old scammer to just take, because they will. And yeah, I already had a huge problem with that, with the amount of times I see that in America where there's a karate place and they're charging an arm and a leg for everything that they possibly can. And they're teaching wrong. They're not even teaching self-defense properly. They're just idiots. So, um, This happens a lot in America. In America, this happens a lot. We got a lot of lazy tards in America that they don't. Me, I put the time in. I was there. I even have I even have a school project and a logbook with hours to prove it. But no, I mean, even beyond that, um, the just the things that I learned from being an instructor and stuff like that. You can't, you can't, like there's no replacement for that, and you guys can see it too. Like if you know what you're looking for, you can really see that somebody has been teaching for a while. They'll just have this well, if they're if they care and if they're a good teacher, I suppose they'll have it. But it's the sort of thing where you want to do it. Um you have trouble not doing it, you know? That's that's definitely the case. I definitely have trouble not like if I'm trying to like talk about it or something like that, I feel like I need to explain like a million things and stuff because it is you know in a class setting with martial arts, one thing I'd always do right away is just get somebody to throw a strike at me so I can demonstrate what I'm doing. Right away. The inevitable this. Everybody knows. All of my students know when they see that. Go ahead and throw a strike. That's my instructor too. He used to do. And you just know you gotta throw a strike at them for the demonstration so that people know what they're doing and how to practice it and stuff like that. Um, if you're not running drills, if you don't know how to make up drills, you don't know how to do footwork, improve hand-eye coordination with your students and stuff, you're not doing things right. Um, Beanbag tosses are good. I don't mind saying that because I just want to kind of like that stuff. That stuff's so stupid that like anybody should be able to figure that out. Like if you can't figure out how to fucking do hand-eye coordination drills, you're just an idiot. You shouldn't be a teacher. So that's basic. If you're not doing something for hand-eye coordination, just retire. Just shut up cuz you're not doing anything. Beanbag tosses are great, but you gotta do hand-eye coordination, you gotta do feet. I'm not gonna help you with the feet. You can figure that out, but I mean, it's pretty basic stuff. Okay. Um, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely some stuff that people groan about and things like that. And there's like this woke generation, I suppose, but it's a martial arts class, so um, you're gonna have to kind of get over that a little bit. Just knowing that if you don't allow yourself to learn from these um these coached sort of rule set um supervised drills and classes, then in the real life situation, when you try to do something, you're gonna be the first one that doesn't realize that you're standing on uneven ground, or there's a hole, or even not so much. You're still gonna do it, and it's not gonna work out the same way. One of the things that throws people off is martial arts, you definitely wanna you definitely wanna practice it barefoot because, you do need the proper conditioning when kicking stuff and things like that and to strengthen the ankles properly. However, um, you still wanna practice a fair amount with shoes on and stuff because how else can you do that? Like, when you practice on your own, obviously shoes rip up the floor, wherever you're training, so you can't really do that, and it's better to train without them because it is so much harder to pivot and stuff with shoes, but I promise if you never do it, you're really fooling yourself if you think that you're gonna be able to you get what I'm saying? So, that's yet another thing that I think that almost nobody does, um, because they don't have a place, because they won't let you with your shoes on the floor, because it will tear it up, it will destroy it. It will. You can't really do that on a training floor very well. Um, and, they, people really don't go home and practice what they say they do. They don't. So, very few. Very, 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 very few. Very few. It's very obvious. Um, so, I mean, this was you had homework in school for a reason, but I understand. Everybody has their own lives, but it's like if you are learning a skill, especially one like that, where you're trying to defend yourself and somebody could be stronger than you. If you really expect to be good with that, you got to practice it. You can't just go home and not. So that was the most common thing was um showing somebody a routine or something like that. And because it's a routine, it's a little bit longer, obviously, pretty complicated, and very, very common for people to, especially with ours, very complicated forms. They're not INT forms. They are very complex, very, very applicable forms. And, like our first form that we teach looks like a black belt level. Yeah, we teach it at White Stash, and it looks like a black belt level form in karate. And I truly believe that. Even my instructor said things like that. He was the one that actually said that initially, and I agree with him. I agree with him. Um, that's the case. So realize I'm not saying this stuff because it comes even just from me. I actually say this out of the fact that my instructor sort of taught me that way, where we sort of agreed, where I came from personal experience with Tung Sudo, and he has taught enough people over the years where he saw those things too, and then I then taught enough people too over the years where I started to see that too, where we just confirmed it. It literally was just something we confirmed and we agreed. We just sort of saw eye to eye on those things. So, very, very much saw eye to eye on pretty much everything in martial arts. So, it really wasn't a question, um, with stuff like that. And also, it's thought that there's not like grappling techniques and stuff like that. That's wrong. It's wrong. It's just wrong. All those people when they get on the ground and stuff on the floor in like the UFC ring, where they immediately wrap the legs. So this means that the person probably had like wrestling in school or something like that. It's sort of like second nature for them to do that because they were taught that way. The idea is that if you're at the point of on the floor, they teach that in wrestling because in wrestling you can't hit. In a real fight, don't ever do that. Somebody's gonna punch you in the face. Don't ever just do that. So, oftentimes when you're grappling, and I would teach this in my classes, but oftentimes you're actually gonna sort of sit on your side and you're gonna have one leg down and you're gonna sort of be kicking at them with your other foot. And you can hook the leg, you can do a scissor, you can do a hook kick. But the point is that um your feet are your reach, you know. So even if they would try to grab a leg or something like that, you can use that. So there are techniques, there are grappling drills you can run. And so when you're not doing that, again, you want to be on your hip. You want to be on this on your side, and then your knee is half bent, you'll be on that leg. And you can keep your hand up, but your other hand will be down. Your other hand will be down. So that side will be down. But you'll be on your side. And so like with stuff like that, it's like when I see absolutely nobody doing that, and I can certainly recall, like I mean pretty much everybody that had kicking skill sets, that understood how kicking works and stuff like that, and grappling, I think they would pretty much do this, just a sort of a natural understanding where they would pull it out of the art form. And that's how these things work a lot of times. But my thing is like, that's literally just the concept is that you don't want to be on your back because you're held down. You don't want to be on your stomach for sure, obviously. You want to be on your side because then they got to flip you over. Just like when you're standing. And you can spin, you can turn around, you can literally do a monkey kick. There's all kinds of shit you can do. There's all kinds of shit I used to do off that. Okay. So look, I'm not going to sit here and give you techniques, forms, and stuff. With stuff like that, man, that's so basic. That's so basic. So, I don't know. Maybe people feel like since they never do it, and stuff like that, the people, the very, very few that know it in Kung Fu, they get defensive about that one. But I think that one personally is very basic and easily, like that's just an on guard, like you're on your on guard, like you have your on guard basically, on guard, but you're down on the floor. That's all that is to me, in my opinion. It's just literally teaching somebody how to do this or this or whatever you want to do, but on the floor. And everybody, I feel like everybody in martial arts should know that. Like, this is the stuff we shouldn't keep to ourselves. Like, why do you punch like this instead of like this? Do you know? You shouldn't keep this to yourself. Too many stupid people doing it wrong. Do you know? It's not what. Yes, if you do it right, it is harder to block and see, but it's not really because of that. It's not right. It's not why. It's not. Steven Seagal doesn't even know. And that's the point. The fact that he said that, like. So yes, it is harder to see, and so like if you would have this where you come across, I got to do all this stuff and I got to line it up. It's easier to see, but if I just do this, yeah, for sure. Okay, that is one reason, but But wholly aside from that, the reason you do that is because then you don't have to twist your body just to line your hand up right. You want to hit with these knuckles. It's because when you punch, it's twisting so you hit with the wrong knuckles. Why would you do that? We just want to punch everything wrong forever? That's why it's twisted. This is literally why you do that. That's why you see, and that's why there's force behind it. Yeah, I've given you so many examples of this too. I can give you a video. So the point is, yes, while that's harder to see, and for sure you can get your jab out there, and likewise this is how you get those chain punches. Okay, so obviously that's the point. Obviously, you're not doing this. The point is, obviously that's for those chain punches. But in addition to that, the point is, yeah, those knuckles, man. Those. And the boxer knows that too. They know. They're just twisting. So that's why in martial arts, you drop the stance and you see them like way out to the side. Sometimes they'll throw the arm out and it's to the side because, again, then your body's all the way set up for that. And your torso is actually twisted for it. So if a strike would come, believe it or not, what you're doing is you're not really blocking. You're shifting your stance so quickly that the strike goes right over your head, and then your fist goes right here, right here. That's the purpose. Or you have so much reach, in my case, a lot of times, you'll have so much reach that you can do it fast enough that you'll get the strike out first. Yeah, it's actually what Kung Fu does a lot of times. It's like boxing and stuff. It really is. But people don't get it. Everybody's always trying to do these hard, heavy hits because they always see this knockout as the knockout. It's truthfully, I mean, these boxers, man, they get hit a lot. They train for that. Most people. No. Now, that doesn't mean that martial arts, kung fu, and all that can't teach you how to take someone down like that, for sure. But, I mean, for sure, there's still something to be said about, learning, getting the training, learn how to take a punch, that sort of thing. You do that in kung fu too. I mean, that's there too. That's why we do the full contact sparring and everything. But I mean, it's amazing how many people get just basic stuff about martial arts wrong because even someone like Chuck Norris did Taekwondo. Like, I'm not trying to pick on the guy. He was really good, but he was also a natural that I think could have learned a lot more from Kung Fu or something like that, for sure. Um, so that's why, like, Bruce Lee just seemed that much more ahead of everyone else because he was actually a traditional Kung Fu stylist. He wasn't. I feel like people forget that he was Kung Fu. That's what he was. So Kung Fu molds to the user. That's why so many people look different with it. It molds to the user. Jet Li, Jackie Chan, some of these guys, even Donnie Yen, a lot of these guys, they are just so good. Um, but they can do like a lot of different stuff. But a lot of times what you're good at molds to the user. And that's sort of what you'll stick to a lot of the time. But it's not like you don't train in the other stuff and don't learn that too. Um, so in Kung Fu, a lot of times they would pick a particular one, like one animal, and stick to that. We didn't do that. We didn't do that. We had to learn all of them. And being an instructor, I had to learn it all as well. But um, that was what I noticed. That I mean, and it's body type for sure. So if you go through that, you have a in your lifetime maybe a couple different body types, maybe you get larger, lose weight or something like that. You might experience this. You might sort of figure that out a little bit. But if you didn't, you might be pretty oblivious to why that's the case. Um, unless you're an instructor. If you're an instructor, you probably get it. Um, like just a smaller person really can't make the same techniques work the same way as a larger person. And then, likewise, I wouldn't expect them to, like just certain things I wouldn't expect them to be doing. It'd be a waste of time too, like where they wouldn't use that. So like does that make sense where like I would yeah, because sort of when somebody's larger, they have leverage, they have like so it's sort of easy for them to kind of do a lot of that stuff. Um, so like I would just challenge them, obviously more with like obviously they need dexterity then, and they need agility and flexibility and stuff like that. So, um, you know, it's it's not hard, man. It's not that hard, but you have to have the knowledge in order to be able to use it. So the reality is, a lot of these guys, they do not have it. Um, it takes a long, long, long time to learn. Um, I was doing that stuff. Yeah, that was probably about right. I was probably about 13 or 14, I guess, when I did kung fu would be my guess, somewhere around there. And just all the way through high school and after that, I never stopped. Um, there was like a 3-month period where I thought I was going to, and I didn't. I just picked it right back up again. So like that was it. And then it was full bore after that. I really was really, really going crazy into it after that, and just really um, kept up with it and decided to be an instructor. So after that, even after that, like even as a teenager, like I was learning to teach. I was, like they were asking me to show people stuff, and I was learning how to do that. Like I was just sort of another student in the class that was really good at this or that, and I could teach it to somebody. So, like that's all, like they would just have me show somebody something, or I'm doing my techniques and they're doing their techniques. So, like I can help them with theirs and stuff like that, where we're all maybe doing working techniques that day or something like that. And, I can help them with theirs because, when an upperclassman and stuff like that. And I've already been through all that. So that had already started at that point, and um, I've just been teaching for a really really long time. So I just have this mentality where I want to show people things, I guess, and help people understand stuff. Where I see how something works, and I can see how people are fooled and not seeing it, and it's frustrating to me that not that the person's dumb or ignorant, but that they're being fooled. That's frustrating that there's so much, you know, scamming and manipulating and of people and stuff like that. So that's what's that you know that's what I want to correct. I want to correct the idiots that are irresponsibly, you know, sort of kind of doing this, and you know, they would be scammy about it right back. You know, they would. It's absurd. You know, and they're you know, so one of their best claims to fame is literally like, oh yay, I can do a back thrust kick. You know, like that's probably like the best some of these black belts can do. Boy, that is real impressive. You can spin around and do a side kick. Because again, a spinning back thrust kick is a side kick, but you're just turning. So they're trying to really, really make you think that's really, really super really, really hard to do. That is nope. Nope. We teach that at like Orange Sash. Yeah. Orange. Yeah. Orange. So, you know, if you're a black belt and stuff like that, and you're teaching, and you can't even do a spinning back thrust kick, you know, uh, whew, boy, I'll tell you what. And let me also tell you something. There's this thing going around where people have a hard time identifying things in martial arts because there's all these people that pose for pictures that are dancers or models or just martial artists that do really, really flashy, really fast forms, but they don't know how to fight. That's that person. And, you know, they won all these awards and stuff like that. This person, like, they're just flexible. Okay. That is not. Likewise, if you were to bring your foot up and you're doing a kick, if you bring your knee up too high, like again, your knee actually should no, it's actually incorrect. I would never recommend that. What are you kicking that's way up here? You're kicking something in front of you. Why are you angling your knee like that? This isn't Street Fighter. Nobody actually kicks straight up in the fucking air. There is a kick for that, but it's not a side kick. So, A, that's wrong. B, if you pull your leg all the way back and you bring your knee too high up, I promise you all I'm going to do is charge you and hug your entire body, including your knee, and you're going down on your back. That's all I'm doing. No, not the way around where you can kick me. I'm going under your leg because you're too stupid to recognize that I can do that. And then you think that this kick that you're going to, no, nope. I'm going to see it a mile away. As soon as that comes out, I'm going to time it. I'm going to wait for that exact moment. Then I'm going to dip right under and guide it right over my shoulder, hug your leg and your entire body, and I'm going to literally just plant you on your back. It's technique. I'm not going to explain everything about how it works, but it is. So if I know how to do that, there's a good chance that there's some grapplers that have probably figured that out by now just naturally, where they would just sort of kind of do something like that. So why would you ever have your knee up that high? Because you don't know that. Knee out in front of you. That person ain't getting near you. Yep. You have to go through that knee first. Push that knee down. Then there goes the guard. Okay. Oh, there's a bajillion scenarios, a bajillion reasons for everything in martial arts. It's you use it for this or this. The scenario can change a split second. So the point is to be able to adapt to that, and if you can't, then you can't. What you doing? But yeah. Anyway. If you're on your back in a ring, UFC or something like that, and somebody's on top of you, um, hips up, roll over, way up, hips way up, roll, hips way up, just launch, toes on the mat, shoulders on the mat. You're probably gonna go up in your head a little bit. Launch those hips up, flip right away. They will go flying. Now, if it's a big person, you're gonna have to do a little bit of a manipulation first. And I'll leave you to figure that out, okay? Every situation is different. I could tell you something right now, but it would be the sort of thing where you're gonna try to figure out how it works, and it might sound like it's not gonna work just because it's lost in translation. It would work if I could show you exactly, but I don't want it to get lost in translation. So I'll just tell you the thing that again is very obvious about that situation, from anybody that understands grappling and stuff like that. Hips up, um, shoulders still on the mat if you can. Sometimes you're gonna go up onto your head, but your toes still on the mat. But just hips way up and roll to the side if you can. This trust me, it'll push them straight up and they'll go off to the side. Um, there will be grapplers that will expect this though. Okay, so just be aware of what your legs are doing. Just be aware of what your legs are doing. Do not let them hook a leg, roll you back over. Just a lot of times it's good to get some weight on them right away. So if I could give you a tip, it's that one. Where I'm just seeing some ridiculous stuff in that UFC where they just don't. Clearly, all those people don't know what to do. They get in that situation, they don't have anybody that knows anything about it or can't learn it. So many people that I see that get into that sitch and they just don't know how to get out. I think the person's just hitting them in the face, you know? And it's like, jeez. So first of all, if somebody's hitting you in the face, don't do this. Like if you're don't do that. Shoulder. Shoulder. So throw the arm up. You throw the arm up and absorb with the shoulder. So the shoulder takes the hit, and then your other hand goes here and absorbs it too. Okay. Don't ever just don't do that. If anything, you want to do this. But I wouldn't recommend that because then you're exposing your ribs. So just again, arm up and this. And a lot of times you can hook an arm or you can get it, you know, around something. I'm not gonna tell you. There is something pretty cool from there. There's a couple really cool ones from there. But yeah, a lot of times with stuff like that, that's gonna be your soft tissue. That's gonna be your holds, you know, that stuff. So I'll also be a little careful with that. Um Some of that stuff I just don't want to give too many. I just don't want to give out there, you know. Um, but that's the stuff where, you know, I see people get stuck a lot. Just somebody on top of them, and I get it. It takes a while to learn that stuff. It does. It does. It really does. It takes a while to learn. If you don't know it, it does. But there's ways of dealing with it. So are we seeing are we seeing the ridiculousness of the views and the playing around with the likes and the like it's not real. There's nothing real about this. You know, like the point is he's running scripts, he's messing around with the account. He's logged into it. But he's just hiding that. You get that, right? So, all right. This is Google and it's this simple. I'm going to tell you something that shouldn't be the case. And it's still the case. Just like all this other data mining and selling of your information that's going on. Okay. I told all of you and I told Google of a very serious security issue on the Play Store, and they didn't do anything about it. They don't care. You know, like this is designed this way on purpose. And the security issue is that you can literally just sit there and install an app on any one of your own devices that's linked to that Google account. That's a security breach. I shouldn't be able to remotely from my devices just sit there and randomly and why? Who is this for? You can't get to your other app and do that when you get there? You've got to do it beforehand? What is that for? If not to sit here and literally on purpose install malicious shit. So, look, I don't play games on my phone. I don't play a single fucking game. I don't care about them. I literally don't give a shit. I haven't played games on my phone probably in the last 2 phones I've had. I don't play games on them. It's not what I use them for. So why is it that I will consistently go to my phone after an update and there's just randomly 4 or 5 random fucking games on there that I don't fucking play. I've never seen them before. I don't even know what they are half the time. I'm like, I've never even played this. I don't play things on my phone. When would I sit around? What? When am I doing that? Yeah. So why is it on there? And why is it always happening? And why are other people saying that that's happening to them too? Where, you know, you have this issue where somebody claims up and down, I didn't put them on there. And you're like, oh, yeah, sure you didn't. Yeah. You know, really, that's happening. That's very serious. You know, just games on my phone I didn't put there. I'm not even playing them. I'm not using them. I don't give an F about phone games. But just right there on my fucking phone. Right there it is. Like 4 of them. What is this shit? Why? 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 Just again, like 4 or 5 of them. One like a brick breaker, some like Sudoku bullshit. I don't care about this. I don't play that shit. What do I care about a brick breaker? I don't. If I wanted to play a phone game, I'd sit here and load up Steam and play Bejeweled because I have it on there. Why the fuck would I play it on my phone? Yeah. This is the reality. I wouldn't. So what do you think is happening here? Okay, I'll spell it out. Scammer, duh, gets into my Google account because he's got my my two-factor authentication all figured out. And just gets in there, and he's got a clone device. And he figures out how to link this clone device and then hide it. Then all he does is sit here and endlessly install shit on this device, and then see where the data goes. Because that's why they're doing that. That's why half those games have ads in them, because it's some malicious scammer paid for the advertisements. Yeah. So why would that be there? Why would I play that? I don't give a fuck about that. I don't play phone games. So what we all have to accept in the modern day, what we're not accepting, what we need to accept. You have to accept this or it's going to continue to attack you and the rest of us. Every piece of software, every single one without a question, that touches the internet in 2026 and on, until we do something about it, every piece of software that touches the internet is spyware. Every single last piece of software that touches the internet henceforth in 2026 and on, until we do something, until we stop the government from flock cameras, this and that, and all kinds of just sell and spy on your data all they want. Every piece of software that touches the internet is spyware. Period. And remember, Republicans are so fucking dumb. Like, they're all breached and hacked by scammers already. You know, look, why? What the fuck is going on? Why is any of this happening? Because the orange fucking retard that can barely even breathe is making it happen. This guy can't even fucking breathe right. He's like nobody cares about the Iran war. Yes, they do, dumbass. He actually said that. You know, he tried to say that. Donald Trump actually said that Americans don't care about the Iran war. He actually said that. He's actually saying that. He's speaking on your behalf to the rest of the world and saying that Americans don't care about the Iran war. Even though there's literally protesters in all these cities because of the Iran war. That's the real reason for this. He wanted ICE and all this to cause problems for protesters. He knows that. And he knows Spanish people are going to be some of the, because they're immigrants, so they get it. And that's the real reason. Nick Shirley ain't going to cover that. Yeah, that's the real reason. He ain't going to cover that, though. He's going to start with the biased one. That, again, that one comes from research. That's not biased. I don't want it to be that way. Fuck that. You think I want that? I want to spin it that way? I would love it if it was just illegal immigrants and ICE. Fuck. Great. That would be amazing. It's not the case. I don't want that. I don't want to... I don't... No. Nick Shirley shouldn't want to sit there and spin it the fuck that way. No, there should Ass Man Gold or any of these people that are sitting here and just spinning this fucking random shit however the way they want to spin it. Stop being afraid of this guy, by the way. Getting sick and tired of this silent sort of I'll sue you bullshit. Either do it or don't, faggot. I'm waiting. Yeah, like that's the reality is this guy sits here and he's trying to manipulate shit behind the scenes so that he can sue people. That he doesn't understand that, like, people aren't as dumb as he is or as he thinks they are. Reality, in reality, unless you're completely filthy rich, YouTube has made it very abundantly difficult for people to, again, just like anything else in America, unless you're filthy rich, things are very difficult. Like you can't even do a fucking anything, just anything at all in the United States. Everything's expensive. Gas is $5 a gallon. It's over $5. It's 5 something. That's disgusting. I don't ever remember it being that high. It's never been that high. And this is Trump. Here we are under Trump. Endless problems for our oil ships that can't get through the strait. And he's causing a problem for that. All while conveniently having us import oil from Russia again, knowing that would cause a problem. Going to war with Iran so that he backlogs our oil even more. He wants the prices to be higher. It was on purpose. And then actually sitting here claiming you don't care about the Iran war. And then meanwhile, actually going to war for oil. To backlog our oil. To cost us more money. Again, not what Bush did. Bush just believed that the stupid fucking intel the CIA lied to him about with the WMDs and stuff. That's all. Like with Bush, he was just misled by unethical retards in our government that Obama was trying to do something about. He was. Trust me. Oh, trust me, he was. And he was doing something about it. That's what Osama bin Laden looked like. Because I got news for you. We trained bin Laden. He was CIA. May I remind you, the CIA was behind 9/11, not just Osama bin Laden. You say that the CIA was behind 9/11. You don't just say it was a terrorist attack. It was the CIA. We trained Osama bin Laden. He would not have been able to fucking do that if we didn't train him. Period. He literally just went over there and started planning. He was not our operative. He never was. Irresponsible. So you should have never been doing this. You should have shut it down. You shouldn't have these fucking people that you think are, you know, like you watch Bourne, like the Bourne movies or something. You think you can train people to actually, no. That should tell you that the lesson of those fucking movies is that you don't do that. Duh. Like, Jesus. How many of them do they have to make before you realize that's the point? He's a person. What happens when you turn a person into a weapon? We better sure as hell not fucking piss that person off, huh? Ridiculous, man. This fucking faggot running this country. He's just a faggot. He is. He's a faggot. No. He needs to come out of the closet. Now remember, we don't call real gay people faggots and we don't insult them. We just insult people that, again, want to endlessly, you know, be assholes and stuff like that. That's okay. You know, we're not insulting gay people. Yeah, we're just using it to insult this fucker. You know, because he hates gay people and he hates that concept. That's all. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not insulting gay people. That's it. Remember, I want to remind you guys, that's how you need to remember to intelligently look at a joke. It's just a joke. Unless you're actually, like, bullying a person that's gay. I mean, all right, yeah, like, that's a little fucked up. Like, you don't sit there like, hey, faggot, and stuff like that when they're actually, like, gay or something. Like, that's bullying, man. But, like, this guy, he's a fucking faggot. Trump is a goddamn fucking faggot. This guy needs to come out of the goddamn closet. He's gay for Netanyahu. He's gay for all these fucking young men that he's like, oh, look at how attractive that young man is. Dirk. And he's gay. Again, he's gay for Benjamin Netanyahu. He gave this guy our military on a silver platter. And Benjamin Netanyahu is a fucking terrorist. This guy bombs the shit out of everybody. And then he goes, it was their fault. It was them. They did it. Don't look at me. I didn't fucking do shit. I never do anything. Don't look here. Look over here. He's such a fucking faggot. Benjamin Netanyahu is a piece of shit. That guy is a piece of shit. All I gotta do is see how his personal assistant is treated. Do you ever see that lady? Okay. She's a young lady. I don't know how young. I hope not too young. She's always kneeling down by his side when he's sitting in a comfortable fucking chair. Filth. She's on her knees in like robes, not even allowed to show her hair. And this fucking filth thinks he's above women and treats women like that. That's the same thing India does. They put women below men. That's why I don't trust a goddamn single one of those fuckers that shits in the middle of their street. You know they do that over in India too? Did you know that? That's why they're dirty as shit. And if you go to one of their gas stations here, and even though it's all clean, always wash your hands or you're going to get like a pimple or something like. Oh yeah, that's why. Because they don't. They will take a shit and not wash their hands because they shit in the street over there. So to them, it's every day. They don't care. I wonder how often they get fucking pink eye or some shit. That's disgusting. It's fucking gross. You know that's how pink eye happens, right? It is literally fecal bacteria. Yep. Yeah. They shit in the street in the city, not city, country with the second most people in the entire world. There's over 1 billion people in India. Over 1 billion. There's literally there's millions in the United States. There's millions in the United States. Millions. So, you know, even if you had 100 million, you would have to do that 10 more times to equal 1 billion. Even if you had, again, 100 million, you would have to do that then 10 more times. 100 million now, 10 more times over. So you get to 200 million. Then you get to 300 million. And then you get to 400 million. And then you get to 500 million. And then you get to 600 million. That's a lot of people. And India has over 1 billion. This is why we're so pissed about billionaires having as much money as they have, too, by the way. It's incalculable. How could you even have Elon being worth $1 trillion? No. That kind of money doesn't exist. That's happening because he's building a town. They're just calculating everything he owns. It doesn't actually mean that. So anyway, you know, this country is like literal hell right now. And it's literally this guy that just thinks that it's okay for him to, you get what I'm saying? To just take over and take charge and not listen to the courts and be a complete fucking asshole. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? What a piece of shit. What a fucking piece of trash. By the way, don't ever look at a martial artist or a professional and compare them to somebody you see in the movies and think that somebody can't make a mistake. I can easily drop one of these. I'm still Sifu. Sifus can make mistakes. Okay? The movie is edited. Kevin, I don't know if you knew that or not, but even Jackie Chan doesn't get it on the first fucking take, okay? So, I don't know if you knew this or not, but sweat is a thing. Okay? So, as I start to sweat and these things slip, you're just like when I'm holding a sword and the handle doesn't have a proper fucking grip on it. It's a shit grip. Okay? Look, if it has a proper grip, then I ain't dropping that fucking thing, trust me. But I am not using that sword for practical use if it doesn't have a proper grip anyway. So, okay? So just be aware of that's the do's and don'ts of that. If you have a sword that's constantly flying out of your hand and you know you're doing it right and stuff like that, oh, you will have this. The handle's shit. And that's very, very common. This is so annoying. Why are these handles on Chinese broadswords designed like the dumbest, like the person doesn't know how to use it? Well, that's why, because it's being built and designed by somebody that doesn't know how to use it. It's just the truth. Yet, every katana, pretty much every katana that I use, it's opposite. So, like, a lot of times, though, you can get a sword, Chinese sword, you can actually use it, but the handle's shit. But then you get a katana these days, not a real one, a actual one from Japan, different. But if you just get a just a katana or something like that, a lot of times you will try to use that as a real sword, it will literally snap right in half. Just the fucking blade will snap right in half. It is a piece of shit. But that handle, man, that has got some fucking grip on it, and that's why, because you can actually swing it, you can actually use it for once, and then you try to, and it fucking snaps in half. So why is it that nobody can fucking do it? This is why all the people online and on YouTube and stuff with the swords are all like European swords and stuff, because the handle and the sword is actually holds up. So it's very simple. The way the Chinese swords do it is correct, but their handle is shit. Like, they screw like the smallest little piece of wood in there, and they're like, yeah, that's fine. What do you want me to put what do you want me to get an entire roll of tape and just like this was very common. I'd see my instructor do the same thing. Other people, they just get tape and try to like, it's such a pain in the ass. So here, all you have to do is the sword needs to have screw threads where the sword literally is one piece and goes through the handle and has screw threads at the end, so that you put the handle down over that and it fits over this metal pole that's actually just part of the whole sword itself and sticks out the end, and it has screw threads. And then you screw the little metal thing on the top on the end that holds the handle. That's it. And you can put a grip on there and everything, but you need to make it bigger. Otherwise, I mean, dude, I got big ass fucking hands to begin with, okay? All right, I got some big ass fucking hands. Trust me, okay? I cannot hold on to those little ass fucking Chinese sword handles. God, that is annoying as shit. Yeah, it's like that was like when remember when Korean cars first hit the American market and they were all small? Like, I think they just truthfully didn't understand how tall Americans were. They just could not appreciate. You couldn't even fit in them sometimes. I think that's what it is. And I think that there's still that misinformation where they really can't appreciate how large we are as people. Like, I've tried to express this enough, but just I am built like a football player. I've always been built this way. um, More like a basketball player, actually. Um, Back when I was like 220, 230, I was built more like a football player, but more like a basketball player. But yeah, I got monstrous hands. My shoes are huge. I can't do anything about that, man. This is often why I miscalculate my own hands. I'll run it into the door frame or something like that. That's why, because they're just it's like it's like you have clown hands and feet, you know. You're just a goofball. But so just realize that like you're gonna see those mistakes, and if anything, how somebody handles them, is a true testament to that. Did I drop the sword once or twice, or did I drop it like 80 million times? Like you know what I mean? Like if um I remember one time I was in the middle of class and I was using staff. Staff is my thing. I mean, I do like sword, but staff is my thing. And I was using staff, and I dropped it. There's no ifs and or buts. I accidentally I went and dropped it. But I was practicing, and so you got to practice. But um there was a group of people, and they were far enough from me that they wouldn't have been bothered by this. But it was, of course, the one time that I do this one movement where it's like a stab, and I let go of it somehow, and because my instructor didn't give that to me before the proper training was ready and stuff like that. Because I was ready for it, believe it or not, my reaction time was so quick. I didn't even have to think about it. It was just that I knew there were people there, and I knew I had let go of it. And my reaction time was so quick that as I let go of it, I felt my hand release, and I couldn't do anything about it. But I knew I could guide it right at the last second. And so I shifted my hand at the last second, and there were these all these people lined up, and I swear to God, all they were doing was just doing like a kick. Like they were lined up towards each other and they were doing kicks. And I literally launched it, and I could tell it was going, so it landed right in between everyone, perfectly right in front of all of them, right in the middle of the just right in the middle of the floor in front of all of them, right between both lines. It was so funny. And uh everybody was just kind of laughing. It was just hilarious. They weren't really that worried about it. So yeah, like, you know, I mean, these things happen, but um it's what you do with it. I didn't let that happen anymore after that, that's for sure. Yeah, that didn't happen again. Um so you're not going to not drop stuff, and you're not going to not make mistakes. The point is what you do with it. So just like you're not going to not fall in martial arts, so shouldn't you practice break falls? Yep. And that's part of grappling too. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you how to do them and stuff like that. Um but if you've had the grappling or wrestling experience, you probably know how to do quite a bit of them. Um I don't really have the, I'll show you maybe at some point, but I don't really have the um I can't really do it here. Um but basically, the idea is to be able to essentially condition yourself to take a fall, and know how to do that. Where vitals things aren't hitting, it's more about knowing how to do it. I've had this happen in real life. I literally fell on at a job. Just fell right down in the on the ceramic tiles on the concrete floor. It was concrete under that, ceramic tiles. I went right down and I did a break fall exactly how I should. Like you literally just sort of hit the ground to absorb it, but it takes some practice and timing. I did it exactly right. And my hand was screaming, trust me. I mean, I smacked concrete real hard. And my hand was screaming, but I got right back up and I was not injured. Just proceeded on with my job. Like nothing happened. Because nothing happened. I just did a break fall and stood up. Most people would have gotten pretty injured from that. So, yeah, this is something you got to be able to do. You're not invincible, but if you can't do that, how can you deal with a street fight? If you get down on the pavement, are you down? Probably. So should you learn how to deal with that? Oh yeah. Yeah, you can't let the pavement stop you. If the pavement stop you, you get what I'm saying? So definitely a big difference in instruction and stuff. There was none of that in the karate I took and all that. And they just don't teach it, man. So with all that being said, consider how much knowledge is absent in like an American karate class and stuff like that. That like I certainly have, but a lot of people really don't. So apply that to kind of what you know about like technology, computers, internet, things like that, where there's a pretty regular thing going on where people don't understand it. You get what I'm saying? So think about just how much of this is happening where even I can call out martial artists that are professionals and stuff like that, but they're just sort of doing it wrong. Where if in reality, if they actually try to do that applicably with somebody, it's probably not going to work actually. So, you know, think about how often that happens with that, and these people would swear up and down that it would, but never really be in a real, like because they even have bodyguards. A lot of times the celebrities will have bodyguards and stuff, and whatnot. So they like it's like, well, like really, um, it's like even some of those martial artists they do it too, and it's like, oh, really, So I can't. I can't. I personally can't rely on that. Where I would look at that person as a valid martial artist at that point. Um, but yeah, like if I'm watching a video and stuff like that, and your technique is good, and I can barely see your hands moving. I mean, there's there's something to be said about that, man. I mean, nobody, like that's the reality. Is like people don't know what to say because they don't understand it. They can't see the movements. It's actually too fast for them to register. So they don't even understand that. And then that's the reality is if I use that on you, that's the point. It would work. You clearly don't understand it. You think they're useless movements. Oh. I assure you they're not. One of these punches, just one of these, oftentimes even just one, and oftentimes they're chain punches. Trust me, it's a knockout. But a lot of times it's timed in such a way to get you to run straight into it. So it's it's just a different it's strategy with Kung Fu. You have so much at your disposal. Yeah, it's not even it's not even chess, it's stratego, you know? It's you have a lot more to use. You guys know Stratego? Please tell me you know Stratego, one of the coolest. It's probably my favorite board game. If I had a favorite board game, it's probably that one. I do like Monopoly, I do. But Stratego, there's just something really, really cool about that. It's capture the flag, but with strategy. It's like a military capture the flag. It's so cool. If you've never played it, you should. It's 2 players. It's only 2 players. I think they should make a 4-player version. You totally could. It it's so cool though. It's red versus blue. Isn't that awesome? We have another red versus blue. If you've never played Stratego, it's really good. So we're just watching this tropical storm. It really has shifted very south of Texas, just going right sort of here. I don't even know that it's going to hit Houston at this point. More storms in Anchorage there. Big surprise. Right. There's some shit going on in Norfolk, Virginia here. So Norfolk and Virginia Beach are getting hit. Got some stuff in. Oh, we got some stuff in Raleigh, Durham area, Greensboro, High Point, Winston-Salem area, in North Carolina. So you guys got some storms. Florida's got pretty much Jack Diddley squat right now. New Orleans got a little bit, but it's pretty much past there. I think. I think they did not get hit. I think that they sort of kind of ended up getting the sweet end of the deal there. Thankfully, they just get hit so much. It's kind of nice. Nice to know they didn't get hit for once. Those poor people. That's a shame too, because New Orleans is such a nice city. It really is. Such a nice city. They just constantly get hit like that. So we got some stuff to look at for you today. We do have some stuff for you to look at today. We do. Um so let me get comfortable here. Let me get situated. You guys know we call it is this racist to say this? I don't think it's racist, is it? So in the United States, we call it sitting Indian style. You put your legs cross under you. Is that racist? See, that's what I'd like to know. If an Indian person would actually care that we call it that. I'd like to know that. Because we clearly call it that because you see like the Buddha guy and stuff like that. Like that's clearly why we call it that. So like I'm wondering how racist that feels. I don't personally think it is. I feel like if I were them, I just feel like it would be an identifier, sort of like other stuff is. I just feel like okay, you know. But I don't know. I feel like I'd want to ask because it's more meditation. Like they sit like that for meditation and prayer and stuff usually. So like I just feel like we should be a little bit more respectful with that one. But that's what we call it. We call it in the United States, even in school. We literally called it sitting Indian style. I swear to God, we called it that. Um, I don't know that they taught us to call it that, but we called it that. Um, I sit like that all the time. I literally just sit like this. But I'm a martial artist, so I I just do that. I sort of grew up literally just like sitting in a circle. You sit down, you do stretches. I sort of kind of grew up like I mean I'm literally the guy like my friends would be hanging out and I'd be sitting there rolling my feet behind my head, sticking them up in the air, acting like an idiot. Like that's me. Okay, I put my feet behind. I can do the Weird Al thing. I can put my feet behind my head. I can actually do that. So like I would do things like that, and um, the full split. I once could do a full split. The full split's always been tough for me. It's not like I can't kick high. I can. The full split's been always been tough for me though, because I am such a tall person and I'm a guy. So guys actually have a lot harder time of doing this. The the muscles near that area are a bit more rigid and stuff like that. Um, so you have to definitely go a lot more on that. But and you trust me, it's painful and tears a lot more muscles and stuff. So it is more difficult, I think, for guys. I think it actually is. But in fact, I shouldn't even say I think. I've definitively seen women be just naturally more um flexible with their legs doing splits and stuff. And it's kind of obvious they have wider hips and stuff, so it just makes sense, just the design of your body essentially. So I personally can't necessarily do a full split, and I can't do a full straddle, that's for damn sure. Um, but I'm flexible enough that I got plenty of power out of my head kick, so that's all that matters. Can you kick in the head? Can you kick at your own head level, or I should be able to kick above my head level? That's what I always made sure I could do. As long as I can kick above my own head level with enough strength to knock the target, to jar the target and stuff like that, do enough damage, that sort of thing. Yeah, I'm doing it right. And you just build on that. So as long as you're doing that, you're fine. You don't need to kick straight up in the air. You do not. It's absurd. What are you kicking at? Is this realultimatepower.net? Do you remember that? Is this real ultimate power? Is this gonna be ninjas everywhere? Do you remember that? Does anybody remember? Please tell me you remember realultimatepower.net. Is that still a thing? Oh, please tell me that's still a thing. I hope that's still a fucking thing. It is. There's still. Yes. Oh, I am ready to get pumped. Oh my god, it's still there. This is the best website in the history of websites. You need to literally just read all of this. It's everything. This is everything. So again, it's not like this happens and you need to actually kick straight up in the air, okay? But you know, that's quite literally the funniest website I think I've ever seen. I can't believe this is still on. Oh my god. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's and there he is coming out of the dumpster. There he is. That picture, still the same picture. This picture of my best friend Mark showing off. He's a lot older than me and almost done with puberty, which is braggable. Oh my god. I remember when I was like I must have been like, I don't even know, teenager maybe? I mean, maybe. Fairly young. I found this website and I'm like, this is the funniest shit I've ever seen, and it's still here. Facts. All right, I'm gonna tell you facts. Ninjas are mammals. Fact one: ninjas are mammals. Fact two: ninjas fight all the time. Fact three: the purpose of the ninja is to flip out and kill people. Oh man, just right there. Hi, this site is all about ninjas, real ninjas. This site is awesome. My name is Robert, and I can't stop thinking about ninjas. These guys are cool, and by cool, I mean totally sweet. I mean, it's like the most Napoleon Dynamite of pages you can imagine. I love it. So yeah, there you go. Um, so we have some stuff to look at here, but before we do, it's important to remember that, you know, a lot of a lot of us talking about this and other people talking about this is the fact that, we're just sort of kind of getting tired of the more Republicans come into office, the more power they take for themselves, and the more they spy on you. And I'm really sick of this. Everybody's sick of this. It's not what a conservative is. They shouldn't want to spy on you. Okay? It's opposite of what that is. Okay? Um and I've already warned you that the scam company that wants you to believe that this is to help you spy on people, again, they can use the same data and sell it to another country. All your squad cars and your off-duty police, it affects them too. They're driving their normal vehicles, yada yada yada. It's still data. It's still being stored on a database. It's still being collected and sold to any scammer that can buy it. Again, a scammer in another country, even here, could just buy the data. Okay? Now that's unlawful surveillance. Now they're just following you around. Off-duty cops, on-duty cops. All these cameras are just everywhere. You know, again, we're talking about this. You know, all these cameras. Look at this. You know, just flag cameras. It says over 100,000. That's just these systems that it can detect. Motorola, a little bit of Motorola, a little bit of Genentech, a little bit of that stuff. Okay, mostly flock because this is a deflock thing, but that's just what they were able to put on here. Okay, who knows how many exist that are already part of regular traffic things that shouldn't. And these are all over big cities. Look at Atlanta. Look at that. That's disgusting. You can't even see the streets. That's disgusting. What the hell? Just everywhere. Yep, just everywhere. Everywhere there's a restaurant, everywhere there's something. I almost said there wasn't anything here, but then it's here. It's down here. So, you know, again, a company can have security cameras on their building and they can surveil their own parking lot. What they cannot do is they can't have random cameras down the street filming your house. And none of these cameras can be tied to a system that police can regularly see. That's what's illegal. Police cannot do that. They can't. You know, that is not something they are able to do. Um all right, so I'll give you an example. Would a cop responding to a shoplifting call at a Walmart, you know, where you're going in and this is pretty regular. I'm sure you get them all the time. And somebody stole something and you're going in and they give you the footage. They show you the footage. Would you assume it's okay for you to sit down at the computer and just use it and look at whatever the fuck you want? Can you do that? Can you just sit down and just start taking notes, looking at whatever you want? Can you do that? And if you do you think they could tell you to stop? Because you don't have a right to look at their security footage because you're just a cop. You're not an employee there. You don't work for the company. You have nothing to do with owning the property. It's not your property. You just responded to a call. Would you assume it's okay for you just to sit down and just start taking notes and look through their security footage? I mean, I sure as hell wouldn't. Because it's not. Make sense? So the same thing applies here. Where just these things are just fucking everywhere. It's like a cop following you around. Wherever you go. And then it's even worse because they're selling the data to anybody. Literally anybody. So Let's talk a little bit about some nonsense. Let's talk about some nonsense a little bit. All right, let me see if I can find it here. What we're going to talk about here. Just okay. I just wanted to check something. All right. I'm gonna make this so you can see it. All right, so let me just sort of get to a certain point here. So I want to talk about this. This is how roads look in Pennsylvania. So look, this road has been like this for I don't even know how long. Like probably about a year now. And I've talked about this. They tear up a road and they don't finish it, and then they expect cars to drive on it. And if I get a guy behind me tailgating me, swerving around all over the place, forcing me to and trying to pressure me to drive faster, I shouldn't feel like I need to drive any faster than a speed I feel comfortable driving on a side of the road that is ripped up, potholes, disgusting. So look at how this side that I'm driving on is paved. But if you look very carefully, the other side of the road is completely torn up. You know, you are looking at an elevated road there where I am on the side that's elevated and everybody on the other side. Look how torn up that is. That is literally what PA does. They will just tear up a road and half the road will drive on the good side and and they'll leave it like that for years. Literally fucking years. They don't fucking do anything. Like literally the people in this state do not fucking run the state. So here I am driving down this road, and you can clearly see a noticeable like that is rough road. Like if I were driving on the other side of that road, there's bumps. There's I mean, it literally looks like the tread of the thing that they used to rip it up. Like it's just literally if you're driving on it, it's gonna be the whole time. It's not gonna be smooth at all. It looks maybe like it, I guess, from this angle. But again, every time that you see a darker discoloration or something, that's just a bump. So I don't know if you can kind of tell like how bad that is, but that's pretty fucking bad. See, look at all those. Look at all those potholes right there. That's how like the whole thing kind of looks, where it's like, see, like there, like you can really tell when you're looking at this, you know. And it was 5 until I refreshed it, but you can really tell when you're looking at this that the other side of the road is just really fucked up. And again, the side I'm on is paved. So why did they leave it like that? Why do they just do those things? Why has it been like that for like a fucking year? Why? You see how rough that shit is? Okay? And so my point is, like, while I appreciate them starting this because, I used to drive down there and, like, basically parts of my car would fall off, because you're supposed to go 55. It's 55 on this. Oh, and by the way, on their side of the road coming the other way, it's actually 35. Isn't that weird? It's 55 on the side I'm driving on, but if you actually drive the other way, there are literally signs that say it's 35. That's not supposed to be the case. It should be the same speed on both sides of the road. That should never be the case. This road is incredibly fucked up. And this causes problems for me. Where I'll see like a speed limit sign that says 35 and I don't see a single other speed limit sign. So I'm driving 35. You can't label the goddamn fucking speed limit? It's 35. Period. No, there is no drive for so fucking many miles, go this. No. Cops will pull you over. If again, that is a law. You're supposed to, like the 45N thing. Yeah. Again, it should say that. It's supposed to be labeled. You can't really go by that. They're going to try to get you. Nobody knows that that's a thing even, but it is. It is supposed to be 55 if you go X amount of time without a speed limit sign, but it's only in certain areas. And this is not the case in where it's like residences and stuff. So while this is a business road, you should never just tell the driver it's assumptions, open-ended assumptions. I mean, this is stupid. So that's the issue, is that this road is literally all torn up on that side. And then if I drive down that other side too, I am horribly tailgated for going 35 and stuff. But reality wise, I would do that now anyway, because that side of the road, that's gonna tear up your car like crazy. You can't drive on that at 55 miles an hour. What are you, insane? That will damage your vehicle. Period. It will. So you see what I'm saying? Where just the whole road, this whole way, is torn up. That is way too long. Like, what are you doing? So I think this is really kind of messed up. Like, they're still there, still there. Oh, finally. So you see how shitty it used to look. There we go. That's how it kind of used to look. So we finally got past that part. But, like you can see they just tore it up and then left it there. Because that's the same road further up. On that side's fine. So, like, that's the point. Like, they just tore it up and left it that way. Really sick and tired of Pennsylvania doing this. You don't finish a goddamn project. You just start ripping shit up. What the fuck is this state doing? This dumbass state voted for Trump, too. Yeah. Pennsylvania voted for Trump because we're fucking stupid. We do stupid shit like this. Dude, Trump is the epitome of this. This is exactly what I'd expect from people that vote for Trump. Because he's the epitome of this. He starts shit he can't finish. And then just literally crashes and burns and declares bankruptcy. And blames everybody else. It literally is exactly what Trump does. So of course I would expect this out of the people that vote for him. That's exactly what they do. Oh yeah, we're gonna make it look like we're doing something. People want this. So, we'll just half tear it up and leave it that way for fucking 5-6 years. So a really serious accident happens. And then somebody sues the state. And then, then they go, well, we didn't have the funding. Duh. So you spent it after you didn't finish, even though you shouldn't have started it if you didn't have the funding. So you didn't finish it in the amount of time that you needed to, and then spent those funds elsewhere. Yep. That one. That one. And people think regular people have this problem? No, it's the politicians. It's the people running your government. It ain't you. That's why it's a problem. Because they are making those things that problem. The fact that that exists in your economy, in your area, for you, means that they are causing it. They're the ones that are governing your area. You have that issue because it's their issue. It's not yours. They need to make sure your community is stable enough that you can sustain yourself. And in this area, people get trapped. They can't do it. They can't. They get trapped. They feel trapped too. And you try to drive anywhere, it's fucking an hour, 45 minutes, an hour, anywhere. And then the roads just destroy your vehicle. Everywhere you go. Oh, fresh oil and chips. Let's smack stones on the bottoms of the vehicle and pretend like that's not going to damage it. Literally everywhere you go, there's roads that destroy your car, and you get trapped. You get trapped in this small town that you're in when you live around here. You do. You feel it too. That's why nobody wants to go anywhere. Everything's so spread out. Well, that's a problem. That's your state, that's your governing authorities not giving you enough resources for your area. It's that simple. Why did I see a like earlier go up to 5 just to go back down to 4 again? Why are we trying to pretend like people aren't lying about this shit? Why are we trying to pretend like this isn't some ridiculous lie? To manipulate people to disbelieve whatever it is I'm saying at any given time. Because again, I very obviously care. I very obviously am sitting here warning people about things, educating. This is the point of what I'm doing. And I'm just getting attacked. Imagine literally sitting here. I'm giving martial arts. I'm giving martial arts content, education about politics and all kinds of stuff. And instead of people thanking me and being grateful, nonstop trolling, nonstop scamming, stalking. I am stalked, harassed, doxxed endlessly. Well, because when you realize, the the person giving you the information is a reliable person, you're going to accept the information. That's why. That's why they do it to the Democrats. It's just propaganda against Democrats. So, because, they know that if you think that Democrat's a reliable person, that's it. They just don't, obviously, they're going to want to discredit that. Run propaganda, misinformation on that. It's the same crap. Like, this person doesn't debate me head on because they can't. They sit here and meddle from the shadows. They'd never win that. They'd never win a real actual fight. They'd never win a debate. So like that's what you have to realize. This is a coward. This is somebody that can't. So he steals. So let's talk about oh right. I remember now. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit. So here I am driving along the highway, and this is what it looks to drive the speed limit in the United States. If you're driving on the highway and you're driving the speed limit, this is what it's going to look like. You're going to be sitting in the right lane, and everybody's going to be passing you, and not a single person will be around you. Even every car in the right lane is going faster than me. And people in the right lane are going around me. And as you can see, I'm going 56, between 56, 55, 56, 57 miles an hour. That's the speed limit, it's 55. So this is what it looks like in the United States when you go to the speed limit on the highway. Everyone, again, no enforcement, no police anywhere pulling all these people over. Nobody regularly enforcing the highway. Just everybody passing. Every single fucking car. So again, they could just use flock cameras and ticket every one of these assholes on the highway and use them there. And this would fix all the behavioral issues with speeding, and nobody will ever do it again. But they're not doing that. They're just putting them places they want to follow you around and illegally surveil you. If it was really about policing and really about stopping you and helping the community, they'd be doing this. But here I am, driving on the speed limit, going the speed limit. All these people are just fucking passing me, driving on the highway, just passing, and I'm going the speed limit. Huh. Oh, and by the way, YouTube, since we're going to sit here and we're going to try to say 60 FPS and capping people and stuff like that, just to let you know, even this shitty ass fucking camera is recording in 4K. Yep, that's right. Even this shitty ass fucking little camera that you see here, yeah, it's 4K. So stop trying to pretend like again, all those body cams the cops have, everything. Stop fucking trying to pretend like 4K shouldn't be the new standard, okay? You're sitting here, you're not even doing 2K, you're not even doing half that. You're sitting here and doing fucking literally goddamn fucking 1080. Any fucking chance that you fucking get, you goddamn retards. Oh, yeah. Oh, 4K. We can't do that. 4K. Oh, my God. That's too much. Little dinky ass fucking dash cam doing 4K. So, anyway, the point is you see what happens. If I'm driving the speed limit on the highway These people are just nonstop passing me. I think I'm speeding up here. Oh no, I'm getting off there. That's why I'm going slower. Yeah, there we go. So look at this. Look at how many people are passing me. Look at this. Just everybody. Just everybody. Why is everybody passing me if I'm going the speed limit? Why? Are police doing their jobs? No, they're not. They're standing in fucking bank parking lots while they're closed, meeting up for just an hour at a time. Who the fuck knows? They're just hanging out there. Because again, when I went up to Lancaster, I took my fucking time. It was probably more than an hour. I took my fucking time. Yep. Got some food. I literally did. I got food. I took my time. Walked around a little bit. Looked at some stuff. I literally just took my time. Drove back. Probably more than an hour. Because it would have had to take me at least a half hour to get from that bank to where I was going in Lancaster, and then, you know, just what I was doing, and then driving back. Yeah, probably more than an hour. And those idiots were, that guy was still there, and then there was a new guy there, parked there right next to him. And they were out of their cars doing shit. They were like just standing there. And the guy had like all this stuff out, and he was like loading something up, like a bag or something. He had it like on his front hood on his unmarked police car. And they were just standing there, just doing shit. What the fuck are they doing? They're not off duty. They're in uniform. One of them had a marked car. Why are they like meeting up at a closed bank? Now, again, I'm fine with the guys sitting there if the intent is to very obviously keep an eye on the 24/7 ATM. It's 24/7 and it's an ATM. I get that. There will be cars in and out of there from time to time. But it's just an ATM. So I get the intent, and I'm even giving that. But to just come back over an hour later and then see an additional unmarked cop car, and now they're talking, they're out of their vehicles, they're doing whatever the fuck they're doing. What the hell are you doing? I would say the same fucking shit to any employee working anywhere where I spent over an hour doing something and you were already blatantly kind of doing nothing. Or I was already questioning why the fuck you were sitting there, because you weren't looking out your window. You were looking down at your phone. You were looking at me. You were being sus. A cop being sus. And again, you were there over an hour just doing that shit. Again, it don't matter. Whatever business I'm doing, I'm going to. I'm seeing that. Don't matter if it's police or not. You're blatantly on the clock at your job doing blatantly blithery fucking nothing for over an hour. Getting paid to do it. You have a gun. Your job gives you a gun. And that's what you're doing. I wish I could count on adult cops being re-fucking responsible. I wish I could. I wish I could count on the fact that they weren't following me around and illegally surveilling me. I wish I could, but I can't. It is rational in modern day. It is rational to fear that cops are illegally surveilling you. You have literally this entire fucking system of cameras that we're looking at right here. Where, you literally just have all these cameras specifically for this fucking purpose. So, when you could literally do that illegally, and we have seen huge amounts of police corruption. I do not believe for any amount of time that I am safe driving around in the United States. I do not believe that for any amount of time. Another country and a scammer or a terrorist in another country can use these cameras to spy on me, just as you can, just as any scammer can, anybody. Um, I'm gonna look I'm gonna look at this other thing here. Hold on. I have another one to look at here. I think I was gonna pull up another one. Oh, right, that's right. That's right. I was gonna pull up what police aren't doing. So, as you guys know, every day something illegal happens pretty much right in front of me. Okay? As you guys know. So here I am trying to drive down the road. Now, let's get to the part where this happens, okay? I am trying to drive down the road and this car is fluctuating speed like fucking nuts, okay? Um and this is a problem, but that's not the issue. The issue is that where does it happen? Now look at how much he's fluctuating. Like I'm just gaining on him nonstop. And I gotta slow down. So I think it's actually before this. So let me show you. Yeah, there it is. This guy illegally passed. Now, all the time I see this, just literally people illegally doing shit, and there's nobody around. And if cops were actually doing their jobs out on the road, they would have caught this. So, as you can see right now, I am in a passing zone here. The dotted lines on my side of the lane mean that anybody in that lane with the dotted lines can pass. That's what that means. It means your side of the road can pass, the other side cannot. The dotted lines have to be on your side. That's the indicator. So this dumbass could pass right here. He has all this time to pass, but he doesn't. He illegally passes right at the moment that it says no passing zone. So there's even a double dotted line. Doubles mean that either side can pass in that spot. And right there, you see that triangle? You see this triangle right here, this sideways triangle? You see that? That is a classic indicator of no passing zone. In Pennsylvania, that is what that means. And you will see the solid line here too. You can see the solid line start there. So this guy passed right when he shouldn't have. He had all that opportunity to pass, but he's such a fucking retard. He passed right when he shouldn't have. Yep. Right when he shouldn't have. So let's see that again. So I'll make this so that you can see it. Here's our passing zone, and then right when he can't, there he goes. There he goes. Right there. Right there it is. Right at the sign that says no passing zone. He's out in that road. Right at that sign. Right at the point you cannot. So it'd be sort of like, you know, flooring it through a red light. You know, people can get away with it with the yellow. They can. You're not really supposed to, but you can. But a red light, like actually flooring it through a red light, yeah, that's wrong. That's that this guy is doing. He's essentially passing right at the moment he should not. Right at the moment he sees that no passing zone sign. And if I play this, you can see the solid line begin there. So that's where the other side of the road could have passed, but not the side he was on. So, um, and that is an example of an illegal pass. So, why is it that I can go on the road every day and not do this shit? But I see it every day too. Why can I go on the road every day and not do this shit? And I'm plenty pissed off at these people, trust me. Oh my god, trust me, I'm plenty pissed off. But yet I don't do it. I don't pass illegally. I don't do these things that are dangerous to other drivers. Yet every day, somebody does. Somebody's swerving around behind me, tailgating, illegally passing. So, you know, why were those, you know, and those cops, you know, they weren't that far from this spot. So why were they there fucking around for over an hour? You know, and not only that, there was like this fire or something in that town or something. Like I just what the fuck are they doing? I don't even understand. I don't get it. It'd be one thing if, like, I get everybody's off duty and stuff like that, but here's my thing. Why are you sitting in a closed business in your marked car in uniform? If I was doing that, if I was not using the ATM, that cop would have harassed me. He would have drove in and asked me why I was sitting in the parking space because the business is closed. You know, like if I was just sort of hanging out there for over an hour, getting out, getting my bag out, doing shit in their parking lot. You are on their property for over an hour just doing shit. It's not your property, it's private property. What the fuck are you doing? Why are my likes coming off? Why are my likes coming up? Should we show you the cops? Do we need to show the cops? Oh, we can show it if that's what we need to fucking do. Oh, yeah, we can show it. They were there well over an hour. Yeah, we can show it. What, you think I didn't fucking record that shit? Of course I did. Yeah. I mean, I drove in there, so I recorded it. 24-hour ATM. So I literally just drove through there, and there they were. Wasn't even like I was like, what the fuck? I expected that guy to be gone. I didn't even the first time I came through, I was like, whatever. He's just sitting there for a little bit. I don't care. I'm not that worried about that. That's whatever. But then over an hour later, you are still there. And now there's another guy and you're farting around in a lot, private property. What are you doing? What are you doing? No. I don't see I don't implicitly think that cops are good guys anymore. That's the problem. That's the problem I have with that. Because they're not. They're criminals. And every last one of you that takes part in unlawful surveillance of this fucking flock system, and I'm blatantly getting followed around and shit like that. Yeah, I don't trust a single one of them. Especially given my situation where I was never somebody to do that. I was always the guy. I had several cops that I taught martial arts to. And I had a good rapport with many officers over the years. And I was never the guy to feel this way. I would always stick up for them. But enough's enough. Where in a modern day, we've had too many of these generations now, the young guys come up through where they grew up as Trump as their president. And these people are stupid. They grew up in a generation where their education is less. They are, quite frankly, they have the example of the world's biggest scammer misleading them, misguiding them. You follow the example of that fucking retard, you're gonna wind up dead, or you're gonna wind up killing somebody else. And that's what these guys do. This is what they do. ICE just shot somebody else. You know, these are cops taking off their badge, going to collect a paycheck from the feds, and they shouldn't be doing this. Where they don't have any right to be policing and stuff. They're not putting on their normal badge and working under the departments that actually pay them for their local governments. They're sitting here being told that this is legal by the feds, even though it's not. They're a bunch of retards being misled to commit these crimes for a guy that literally just wants to get elected a third time because he wants to fucking sit here and rig the election and endlessly stay president. You know, that's a stupid, retarded fucking person. You know, that guy's 80 years old. He's lucky if he's going to live through the rest of his presidency. He's very lucky if he lives even probably the next year. Trump is on his way out. He is. He is dying right in front of us. That guy is wasted. He is on so many fucking drugs. That's why he can't breathe. No, it's true. That's why. He's on so fucking many drugs, it's not even funny. Yeah. So, you know, when you're Donald Trump or you're a senator or something like that, you can do drugs and that's fine. You know, like just Kash Patel. He can public drunkenness. You know, he's chugging a beer with the hockey team right in front of everybody that you know saw that. That was big news. And that was what he wanted to do. So that's, you know, and there's a lot of state, specifically in Pennsylvania, you can be charged for public intoxication. You actually be charged for that. So when this asshole is just guzzling a beer, and then you got all these other guys going, ha ha ha, I want to do the same thing. And then they just did it because, you know, the director of the FBI, he can do it. He can do it in public. He did it right on a live stream, and you know, it was big news. Yeah. It's fine. He's the director of the FBI. He can do it. Why can't I? I would agree with that. I would agree. What a stupid thing. By the way, what a dumb thing to do. Public drunkenness. Who the fuck cares? What a dumb crime. It's a crime. What are you trying to say is a crime about that? Drunk in public? Why? So that you have a reason to make a drunk person feel even worse? Why do you want to criminally charge somebody that's drunk in public? They clearly have a problem. Why do you want to criminally charge somebody? To make money off them. This state makes money off of throwing people in jail. That's why. I'm just letting you know. You think that your police departments don't make money? Detectives make more money the more cases they actually successfully close in favor of, you know, again, charging somebody. Because that department makes a shitload of money off that case. And then they win the case, they get that money. Isn't that fucked up? The point is, you know, they're getting promoted. They're getting all this, you know, and the department gets funded. So we're creating a system where we're teaching a bunch of assholes that aren't properly trained how to take advantage of citizens, basically. And then justifying them to continue doing illegal shit. We're already it is illegal to lie to a cop. Yet that cop can lie to you. Anything they say, they can walk right up to you and just completely lie. They don't have to tell you they're a cop. They actually don't. Just to let you know. Do you think that a cop has to tell you he's a cop? No. That's a very common misconception. They do not have to tell you they're a cop. A cop that is pulling you over or blatantly doing something where he's immediately arresting you, detaining you, or, like whatever, they have to be noticeably, visibly police so that you don't run, because then you have the excuse that it's a random fucking person. But again, that's the point. Like the only time that that's applicable where you're identifying yourself as a cop is the thought that the person must pull over or must, listen to your commands in some way. If you're just investigating, like they just walk in and ask you some questions, that's a person asking questions. They do not have to identify them as themselves as a police officer. There's a very common misconception. So, just throwing that out there that if you think they have to do that, that's where they're getting you. I don't give a shit what cops do. You want to sit in an open business with lots of people there and shit like that? Okay, you're probably on your lunch break or something. I don't care. But it's going to piss me off equally. In fact, more so. The fact that you have a badge and a gun, you're getting paid money, tax dollar money, to sit at a closed business. And again, it does not appear you have any business being there. And you're sitting there for hours. This is just, it's happening too much. I pointed it out with the other cop that was doing it over in the Morgantown area. And then that cop proceeds to start doing it in blatantly other places along that same strip to, as a message, subliminal message to me, he can do whatever he wants. That was what he was doing. Remember, because that's the same cop I told you about that was illegally sitting in that intersection where the flock cameras were. He was sitting right before that in a closed business parking lot. And he was sitting there for the sake of pulling out or something like that. And then later on, the same fucking cop, when I was randomly on a stream getting, if you remember, Wendy's, sitting there, and I just happened to notice he's sitting across the street in a closed business, not even daylight. Like, it's darker than you can see on this camera right here. And he's staring right at me. That cop has a problem. He's got a problem. Yeah. His problem is that he thinks he has the right to follow people around and harass them. That's his fucking problem. All he's going to find out is he's, again, going to get checked. That's all he's going to find out. He's got a problem. He does. And if you remember, after I raged out that he was sitting there Do you remember what his reaction was? He couldn't hear me. He couldn't. How could he even see me, really? Yeah, I'm across the street in a business, minding my own business, just eating food in my car, parked there, and he's staring at me from across the street. And as I'm bitching about, like I'm just sitting here doing a stream, right? It's just looking, again, I'm not interacting with it. It's just, hands free. And I'm sitting there, and then all of a sudden I see that and I comment on it and I start raging out. And the very second I start raging out, do you remember what he did? Yeah. He 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 very clearly reacted. He very clearly reacted as they do. And the very second that I was raging out on my stream, windows are closed, nobody can hear me, like there's just ridiculous. Uh and he's across the street. He peels out of there. He literally like his tires were like I heard them. He peeled the fuck out of there and he wasn't going after nobody. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yes, we're just keeping an eye on things, following people around. We don't know that he's there because he didn't pass the 3,000 flock cameras that are monitoring that entire area because again, that Wendy's is down there with all that stuff. That's the Arby's, the Wendy's, the Sonic, the Taco Bell. That's where all those flock cameras are. Right in there. Yep. That's how he knew I was there. That's how he knew. Yep. So, again, just following people around, lying. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. By the way, have you ever tried these? It is significantly harder to do this while holding them up like this. Boy, that is hard to do. Because you don't have the gravity. You can't have sweaty hands at all. It'll just fly right out of your hand. That is hard to do. Doing it like this is easy. I can do this all day. Literally just do this all fucking day. But the second that I start lifting it up or doing this, no. Like obviously you're getting, it's like a wobbly sort of, sort of thing, So you got your elbow stabilized on something, and you got it flat. You can get it. But as soon as I lift it up, that's when it happens. That's literally what just happened. I was starting to lift it up, and it just flew out of my hand. So it's because obviously if I pass it down here, I have to keep it from falling now. So I have to do that quickly enough. Does that make sense? That I don't. I have enough room. I have to sort of kind of trick it. And my hand is sweaty, so I can't really. See what I mean? I don't actually have enough room to do that. So I have to sort of kind of trick it. So it's sort of like me moving my hand a little bit to do that. But I can do it. So, anyway, these idiots, they're just idiots. You know, they're not doing their jobs. They're just fucking retards. It's like half of these people that are going to their job and they're getting paid money. They're not actually doing their job. Kind of reminds me of like half the managers I worked with. Half of the managers I ever worked with at any job just didn't do any work at all. They would start working and walk away and find something else to do. A manager should be proactive too. If you're a manager and you're managing your company, and you're managing your company and you're not proactive too, you're not doing your job. There is no office manager. That's not real. You're not an office manager. Do your job. Do your job. Now, likewise, if you have a fucking business that doesn't have HR, and now everybody that must have an HR conversation must talk to the manager, and so now the manager's literally just in the office all day dealing with HR shit because the HR rep is such a fucking dumbass. You know, again, when you make the HR person your CEO, you're stupid. That is a conflict of interest, and you're a fucking moron. Somebody needs to come in there and go like this to every person that is on your board, because these dumb people do not know how to run a company. They are fucking stupid. So, you know, that's the issue. And then, you know, they'll just be like, you know, do it this way or something like that, but it doesn't work that way. And then they're like, why are all these problems? Blame this person. Blame this. Your fault. You're the manager. You're the CEO. Yeah, but you are the dumb fucking retard that takes all of the CEO's fucking time with HR shit instead of hiring an HR person that is unbiased to the CEO or to the manager, which is what you should do, you goddamn fucking retard. You don't have HR otherwise. You are literally just trying to govern the problems and make sure that nobody finds out about them. That's what you're trying to do. Yeah, that's the reality of what you do in a business when you put the CEO as the fucking HR rep. Yeah, that's called a conflict of interest, you dumb fucks. So, yeah, in that sense of the word, yeah, you're going to have an office manager, aren't you? Because your manager is going to be doing your job all day long where you aren't doing the HR side of it. You refuse to because you can't do it. All you do is come in, clock in, then some other board members come in and go, hey, this shit happened. We don't want it to happen. We want you to be like this. Okay. Well, I wanted to do it this way because I'm running things. Did you put me as the CEO or not? Well, yeah, but we want you to do it like this. Okay, then what am I? Am I a CEO or am I a fucking puppet? Okay? That's the problem with that fucking company. You're stupid. Okay? It doesn't you can fire as many people as you want that are competent. It's not going to matter. You're going to have the same problem over and 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 over. That's why all your competent people all left all at once. And you had to hire all new people all at once. Because you don't have HR. Nobody's dealing with the problems. The HR needs to be the same level of management as your manager, and needs to be able to unbiasedly communicate the problems to the CEO, and needs the authority to be able to reprimand the manager or anybody else that is wrong, so that way those problems get dealt with. Otherwise, you're going to have the same stupid fucking people following people around all day, every day, micromanaging. And they're going to follow the wrong people around instead of following the people around that make a mess and have to cause others to clean it up. And because that's the point, they can't actually work properly. They make a mess for everybody else. Those people shouldn't have a job. You cannot work around other people. You are a by yourself person. You cause so many problems for everybody else because you want to do everything your way. You come in, you put your shit everywhere. You got shit all over the goddamn fucking floor. It's not your business. There are other people that work there. Did I do that? No. And I didn't even get a fucking locker. I had a little spot on a shelf. And everybody's like, is this your stuff? Yeah, it's my stuff because I don't have a fucking locker. The amount of times that I went to a job and everybody else had a locker, and the entire time I worked there, I've worked for a job for years, and they just overlook me. I don't say anything. I don't, because I'm humble about it. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. They don't care. They literally don't fucking care. They just literally don't give a shit. I didn't have a locker the whole time. The whole fucking time. The whole time. No locker for me. Now, like, this is the reality. Nobody treats their good employees properly. And then just all these dumb fucks that treat everybody like shit are at places forever. That's how McDonald's was. That's how McDonald's is. That's how Walmart is. It's literally how both of those big companies are. They treat people like shit. And then the people that treat you like shit are there forever. That's the truth. Why is it, hey, Walmart? Hey, Walmart, why do you have employees clocking in with their phones? Hey, Walmart, if you're not stealing people's data, why are they clocking in with their phones? Why do you require this? It's illegal, by the way. You can't do that. I could sue the fucking shit out of you. And I should. I should sue you. Because you're breaching people's data. You force them to use Bluetooth to clock in with their phone. You do realize that clock is pinging their phone every fucking time, you goddamn stupid assholes. You are so fucking stupid. All it's going to take is for the right employee to file a class action lawsuit with the right lawyer. That's all it's going to take. That is literally all it's gonna fucking take. And you're every day you're just like, "Yep, that's fine. Let's have employees use Bluetooth to literally connect to our system, force them to use their device to clock in." What if they didn't have one? Can they not work there? What if they didn't have a cell phone? Oh, right, they give you one. Right. That's right. So now your data is on there and then they get it back. Even worse. Even worse. Yep. And that's what they want. That's where all this is going, by the way. You know the digital thing? The reason consoles are on their way? Oh, yeah. You know that's what they wanna do, right? They want you to send your console back. They want you to, like, think it's broken. They wanna be able to break your PC or your console or whatever, retire it essentially, and then get it, and then steal all of your data because it's stored right on there. They'll have your account, they'll have everything. That's where it's going. And that's a lot of the reason why I'm Square Zero and because I came on here and gave them the idea, unfortunately, by telling them how I got scammed. Yeah. Isn't that disgusting? It is, it's disgusting. But it is endlessly how I'm getting scammed, and it's Microsoft's fault. And they know that. They know I can sue the fucking shit out of them. And then they double down and attack me even more. Isn't that disgusting? It should be. It should disgust you. It should. These things are not shiny anymore, but they sure have dragons on them. Yeah, they're all, once you rub them together, they're all scratched up. Um, I just like, don't even. I want to shake my head at everything. Everything's a shake my fucking head, face palm, eye roll moment. It's all cringe, all of it. Why? Why is the orange fucking douchebag still there? Why is he still there? And why is this guy so fucking stupid? I want to remind you, he is claiming that Americans don't care about the Iran war. He is claiming that. I want to remind you that. That's not okay, because like none of us like that. Nobody wants it. Even people that voted for him can't fucking stand the Iran war, and it's actually one of the things that's finally changing some people's minds. Is what we're hearing. So the fact that he's saying that, it's the opposite. That's what you have to realize. It's always that with him. If he says that, it's the opposite. No, people really, really do care about this. This is not something we should have done. It's very expensive, and it's killing people. Obviously, the all-girls school that was randomly bombed in Iran by us, by the way, that was not them. We bombed that. Donald Trump is responsible for killing an entire school's worth of little girls. And this fucking piece of shit has the audacity to say that we don't care about the Iran war. This fucking piece of shit has the audacity to say that. I'm surprised his own Secret Service hasn't offed him at this point. I'm actually genuinely surprised. Because that's not a guy I'd ever, you know what I mean? Like, you dive in front of a bullet for somebody, you want to do it for somebody that deserves it. Obama? Yeah. Yep. Yep. Hands down. Biden? Hands down. Trump? Nah. Nobody's diving in front of shit. Nobody cares. Like, I shouldn't be in there. Yeah, we're sitting here talking about Biden, and you're saying Biden was embarrassing? No. Nope. Remember, he was calling Joe Biden Sleepy Joe. Meanwhile, Trump actually is falling asleep. The orange retard is actually falling asleep. So again, Joe Biden didn't fall asleep. Okay? He just said that he looked sleepy. Okay? Donald Trump, after fucking using this as an insult, and one of the only things that he could do, what else did you ever hear about Biden? Ever? Made up shit. Just shit that's made up that's not true. Just random shit that, again, is bad about Trump, like the economy and stuff, that he just make up about Biden. Kind of like when there was a peace negotiation that Biden administration started and Trump tried to take credit for it. Well, it don't matter now because Donald Trump has single-handedly helped Russia in this war. Oh, well, trying to make it look like he didn't. He did. He has helped Russia. He has. He has. That's why Ukraine doesn't like us. They know it's not our fault, but that's why they don't like us too much right now. Not a lot of people do. And I don't blame them. You know, citizens do have to be concerned about invasion, about our country gone, if this happens again. Yeah, we're going to get bombed. It's going to be like, we're going to get nuked. We're going to get invaded. If Donald Trump or somebody like this faggot is allowed to run our country again, we will not survive. We will not. We cannot. In fact, we are going down to an economy that is worse than the Great Depression. That's what we're going down to right now. And you think that we can survive this when our debt's even higher than it ever was? Remember our debt at that time was like what? If it even was a debt, right? It was probably in the hundreds of thousands because inflation was different. It was probably in the hundreds of thousands because inflation was different. Okay? Inflation shouldn't be in the trillions. You understand that, right? Inflation shouldn't be in the trillions. That's why our debt's so high. Because we're not raising wages or anything else in our country with that rising debt. People just can't keep up. Donald Trump doesn't care. He's trying to put his face on a $500 fucking bill. You can't. Again, nobody's even using $100 bills. I can't. Again, I've already expressed to you. Even a drive-through is gonna look at you like fucking you're nuts if you try to use $100 bill. You can't use $100 bill goddamn anywhere. And this retard is so out of touch. He thinks, he's going to put his face on a five. Again, you can't even use $100 bill anywhere. This is like a scam. Most places will not accept 100. You just can't even fucking do it. And this retard does not appreciate that people will accept it because he's Donald Trump. Okay, like the reality of privileged people in this country is becoming too regular for the rest of the middle class to handle. Where capitalism is going like this, and there's no socialism to come along and go, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, Microsoft. How about you stop owning everything? How about you retards accept the fact that a monopoly is illegal? A monopoly is illegal. Microsoft has a monopoly. Donald Trump has a monopoly on the federal fucking government. That's right. Donald Trump has a monopoly right now on the federal government. It's illegal. Monopolies are illegal. You cannot own too many things. Period. Look it up. It's not just a statement where I'm saying monopolies are illegal for, some woke ass fucking. No. This is a real thing. Monopolies are, in fact, illegal. They are. So why is Microsoft and all of these other companies that clearly have monopolies, why are they able to continue to not be shut down? Oh, that's right. By the federal government. Oh, that's right. Because Republicans would never sit there and investigate this. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. Because Republicans are criminal bitches. That's right. Because Republicans are criminal bitches. Criminal bitch, criminal bitch, criminal bitch. Criminal bitch, criminal bitch, criminal bitch. Criminal bitch, criminal bitch, criminal bitch. Criminal bitch, criminal bitch. That's my new song, you like it? Criminal bitch, criminal bitch. Republican, criminal bitch, criminal bitch. McConnell, criminal bitch, criminal bitch. Criminal bitch, criminal bitch. Criminal Mitch, criminal Mitch. Criminal Mitch, criminal Mitch. Bitch McConnell, criminal bitch, criminal Mitch. Why are flags at half staff right now? Do you even know? Why? Why are flags at half staff? Why? Remember when Trump was like freaking out about this? Remember that? We'd actually have a good reason for half staff flags. And he'd like freak out in a tweet about this. Why are flags at half staff and why have they been at half staff for the past several months? You notice that? Why are they doing this? Why are they at half staff? Why? Why are they at half staff? Why? I want a good answer. I want a real answer. Why are the flags at half staff? Do you think it has something to do? Do you think it has something to do? Do you think it has something to do with the Iran war? Nobody cares about it though, right? You guys are totally on board. Totally on board, right? Totally. Donald Trump's just like literally a bitch. He's literally just a bitch. I mean, this is the case. He's literally just a bitch. Yeah, that's what I thought. But, like, they've been at half staff, like, he uses any excuse. Listen, we don't fly flags at half staff for fucking senators. Yeah, flags are at half staff. We're at half staff until like July 18th. And then our governor in this state, this retard in this state, Governor Josh Shapiro, he wants to play on the strings of the cops. Again, just like passing a Miller's law where, this is to look a certain way, he's trying to get them on his side. So, he looks real nice and real great when, fly the flags at half staff and honor a state trooper, yada yada and stuff like that. Do we normally do this? Are you going to do it forever? For every state trooper from now on? We've never done this. I've never heard of this. Is this just like, we're just gonna forever do, like every state trooper? Yeah, it sounds nice, but like again, it's very propaganda, very play at the manipulative strings, get the police on your side right now, sort of bullshit. Where that's the reality of what's gonna happen when Trump splits the government. And he's just trying to make sure the police are on his side so he doesn't get arrested coming out of office because he's supposed to. That guy should be arrested within seconds. Like the snap of a goddamn finger. He is so guilty. Unlike, again, 42, 46 something accounts, some 40 something. And the only reason he is not arrested is because you cannot, for good reasons or matters of national security, arrest the sitting president. That's it. And I promise you, with the things that Donald Trump is getting up to, it is far more beneficial at this point to arrest a sitting president. At this point, it would be far more beneficial to fucking just arrest this guy and say, he's the only one we're going to do it with. We're just going to do it this one time. He's a fucking asshole. Get him the fuck out of here. You're fired. You're fired, faggot. You know, it's really disgusting to see a billionaire make a show where he spends all his time telling people they're fired. That is actually pretty disgusting and narcissistic behavior. Because again, he's already had the opportunity to do this his entire life, right? He's a fucking billionaire. He can fire his maid, his butler, all these people you could never ever have. These are people that get paid way more money than you, by the way. Oh no, wait, it's Donald Trump. That's right. We found out he pays his. That's right. He pays. He remember I did some research on him, and he has like the most qualified chauffeur period, and he actually admitted to paying this guy the bare base minimum that he could possibly. Remember, I expertly figured that out, that he admitted that he basically pays his chauffeur the bare base minimum, that because he made some joke about how he pays his chauffeur less than something. So I went and looked up what a chauffeur should make if they're Donald Trump's driver, and oh my god, this guy should be making like fucking 2 to 3 times what he's making. And he's just, Donald Trump just off the top of his head makes fun of the fact that his even his chauffeur, his driver makes, you know. And it was like wasn't it like the the missiles and was it some it was some country, I forget. He was comparing, like, how they make missiles, like, they don't cost much or something like that to how much his chauffeur makes or something. Like, literally, it was that. It was so dumb. It was, like, the dumbest fucking thing I think I had ever heard, and, of course, Donald Trump said it. Donald Trump said it. Like, I know I mentioned Gordon Ramsay here and there, but this is another one of those times where, just like when you sort of watch Kitchen Nightmares and he's like, "This is the worst restaurant I've ever seen." Look, I promise you, the reason he's saying that is because every time he gets to a new one, he actually truthfully believes that it's just like that much worse than I really truthfully believe he's trying to be as honest as he can about that. I actually believe that. Because I've seen stuff like that before, where they really are very bad. Our restaurants in this around the world too, but specifically in the US, they are just terrible. It really is like that. It really is. Like, how many times can you just be stupid and just do a stupid wrong thing and then double down on it and go, "I didn't do that. It's fake news. It's not me." Who's running the country then, stupid? Who took more power for themselves? And the Supreme Court gave it to them. Again, the president is the commander in chief of the military. He can't run the country and just sign all these executive orders to govern things. It's not how it works. You elect Congress for that. That's an oligarchy. That is autocracy. Do you want to live in an autocracy? Or a bunch of rich faggots decide how worthless you are? Is that what you want? I sure don't. Why is it that I can go to Wawa? I love Wawa, by the way. But why is every employee, every customer, and every manager seemingly ignorant to the fact that every single time I have eaten their fries, this is the most disgusting, inedible piece of shit that I have ever eaten? Their food is fine for the most part, but these fries, literally, every time, they are a disgusting, burnt, gross, greasy ass, inedible piece of shit. Every employee, every customer, every manager, not one of you gets it right. Ever. Why? Should I record it? Should I literally just go take a drive to Wawa right now? I'd be willing to bet. In fact, guarantee to a 95% degree that I get fries that are crunchy, inedible, greasy as fuck, and literally taste like the bottom of an oven. Like all the bad brown fucking shit that's just sitting on the bottom of an oven that somebody didn't clean out. Why the fuck are your fries that disgusting, but you charge like fucking $4 or $5 fucking dollars for a medium fry? That is disgusting. I can't even eat it. So, as much as I love Wawa, why the fuck do you have this? Every employee, not a one of you. Hey, not a one of you. None of you can sit here. Love Wawa. But the fries, just every time. And then likewise, I go to Sheets. If I go to Sheets, here's what happens at Sheets. If I get a sub, which this is what I want at Sheets, if I get a sub and I order it with honey mustard, these morons will literally take the honey mustard and just all over the foot. They don't understand. They're so fucking dumb. They can't possibly get it right. Just endless shitloads of fucking honey mustard all over my sandwich. Why the fuck would I order a sandwich and then want you to put honey mustard? No, if I order honey mustard, you put some honey mustard. You don't just do this with the 1, 2. That's it. One line, then a second line. That's it. I don't even work there, and it's probably that, right? It's probably that. Yeah. And then meanwhile, you can't fucking get this shit right. Why is your food trash? Because you don't care. I mean, look, there's plenty of good stuff. But why are consistently these things shit? Why is it a pattern? Because it's a stupid fucking person. I had to do the same. I had to correct people when I worked fast food too. I swear to God, if I didn't fucking tell these retards not to sit there and grab a whole fucking handful of lettuce, the Big Mac, like every Big Mac a person would get would just be lettuce everywhere. Like, dude, the lettuce on a Big Mac is like barely anything. Okay, trust me. There's plenty of lettuce on there. Lettuce is water. There is basically no nutritional value to lettuce. Tomato, yes. Lettuce, no. Stop eating lettuce and thinking it's a fucking vegetable, you goddamn stupid retards. It's water. Lettuce is literally water. Look it up. There is almost no nutritional value to lettuce. Why are you just getting a sandwich that's water and then shitty ass sauce? Big Mac sauce is trash. Nobody likes it. You like that shit? You're even dumber than you fucking sound. I could make Big Mac sauce. I could make it. It's not hard. And no, it's not because I worked there. Yeah, it's not hard. It's not. Literally just stick your finger in it, lick it off your finger, and know exactly what's in it. You just taste it. So anyway, I remember also like McDonald's claiming that, like you can't tell anybody this and that about our sandwich making process, stuff like that. And then meanwhile, I swear to God, all over YouTube now, you literally see live streams of literally workers just all day long live streaming McDonald's in the kitchen. The whole thing. What the fuck? You know that McDonald's has the sauce in these guns where they squeeze it out? It's in a tube, like the Big Mac sauce and all that shit. And so all this sits there all day and gets crusty and old. Yep. It's just sitting out. So like all day. And so like if you don't get a Big Mac for a while and then somebody goes to use it, they don't wipe it off or anything like a responsible person would do. They don't do that. Nope, they just squirt it right on there. So, you know, there's few times where you go to McDonald's and you're in the bathroom for like an hour. You know that's what it is, right? You can't leave if something's refrigerated and you just refrigerated it. If you had initially left it at room temperature, maybe a little bit different where it didn't separate. But if you take a sauce like that where there's a bunch of different stuff in there, refrigerate it, then try to temper it, the shit separates. So now it's all getting all over the edge and stuff like that and getting all crusty and dry and the air's hitting it. Now the problem is there's possible bacteria on there, and in addition to that, it's like room temperature starting to separate from the stuff. You squeeze it out, you're gonna get like the separation, the difference. You know, it's the sort of thing where it doesn't go down the same way. You know. So anyway, you know, just there's so many things that like, why is it that I can see this and it's a really big issue, yet the company doesn't fix it? There's so many of these like really big problems. They just never do it. Well, it's an example of that company not having a CEO or somebody higher up that uses that product that cares about that thing. That's what you got to realize. Like when you have a company that so many people higher up in the company just flat out do not shop there, use the product, whatever it is, that to them, they will never see that side of it. They don't care. Because otherwise they would. Otherwise they would see it and they'd be like, I don't want to deal with that. Why would I do it that way when I don't even want to deal with that? They would never do that. They would immediately see the other side and immediately see how it's costing them money. Um, you know, the amount of times that a company lied like that and told me some stupid thing, and then you know, again, like I said, years later, here we are, and all over YouTube, there's these people, shitloads of views, and they're just working McDonald's kitchen. Do you have any idea how many fucking years I fucking did that shit? Ridiculous. More than I should have. Should have left that fucking stupid ass place long before I did. Why are we spamming confetti? Why are we spamming confetti when I say this? Because we know that we're malicious, disgusting people that watch the stream that want people to focus on this detail. So we're gonna do that then. I'm playing around with the legs. 6 7 6 7 6 7. And now we go up to 8, but the likes are 5. So again, not real numbers, just keying things in. As I pointed out at the beginning of the stream. Um so I have a couple of, you know, things here where I was taking evidence and I can show you something here really quick. So now we're just like lining up the likes with the concurrence again. So usually when that happens, um that person is sort of preparing for view removal and stuff like that. That is usually what we see. So I just watched 6 likes go to 5. All right, so let me just I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with this. All right, here we go. Okay, so I have that one. Now I'm gonna get this. Yeah. Yup. There it is. Okay. So I'm gonna save a couple of different. I'm gonna just like look at this really quick. Yeah, I gotta make sure that I get this properly because you guys, this is trash Windows 11 stuff. I don't want. So like a lot of the reason this scammer is doing this is because I put stuff on the screen and show you data. So I obviously have to not do that. I have to not give the scammer what they're trying to get. Um so like that's why sometimes I'm trying to like kind of prepare something here and obviously don't care for when the scammer, you know, like we literally see there's the bit rate shifting around to control the trending. So I told you that was coming. I told you that. So we were gonna get an influx of a bunch of people there, as you saw going up to 10. So that's where they're trying to prepare for that, so that way that doesn't happen. So that's I saw the bit rate shifting around, and I saw the likes and concurrence lining up to prepare for that. So again, the point is, it's fair to rationalize the scammer can sit here and see when that's going to happen. So that's disgusting. The fact that they know when that's going to happen, that's disgusting. They shouldn't be able to premeditatively stop trending. That's disgusting. So, again, that is an example um, where we're just trying to figure out the data that they can't see. Where these disgusting police follow you around all day and want to stare at you on camera. So they want to know what I'm not showing here. Again, um, you don't have a right to see anything on my fucking screen. Literally anything. You have no right to see any of it. You have no implicit right to literally do or see anything having to do with me. Zero. None whatsoever. You have no implicit right to that whatsoever. None. I don't care what data you think you're buying. You can't buy somebody's data. Can't do it. And if you think you can, okay, then I'm going to buy your data and I'm going to literally fucking dox you. I'm going to leak all your information. And I'm going to leak your wife, I'm going to leak your kids, I'm going to leak your family, your everybody. And then we'll see how you feel about it. Yeah, then we'll see how you feel about it. Okay. So we have a little bit of a as you guys know, um as you guys know, we're having manipulations and these views are not real. Scammer is literally just removing my legitimate views to siphon them to a spam channel. So right at the start of this fucking stream, um, and again, I've already explained that this happened before, but I sort of proved what I've said before, where um, it says there's only one watching, but it's just a lie. And I've already proven that essentially, if I start watching a stream or if I go into somebody's channel, I've basically proven already that this scammer has bots attached to my account, specifically to view bot that channel to get the systems flagged to cause a problem for me. Okay, I have no control over that. I have absolutely zero control over that. Okay, that's YouTube. YouTube would have control over that. I don't have anything to do with that. So, when I start the stream and I see these same bullshit things happening again, and all I do is again where there's a 0 and I come in and I watch the stream to confirm. Sure enough, exactly what I thought. There's one concurrent already supposedly watching, even though there's not. It says 0. So why does it say 1? Documented that, even though they were showing 0 for you. And then as soon as I was in the stream, as soon as the system detected that I was in the stream, 4 extra people were now in the stream, so it said 5. The second that the system detected I was watching, instantly, it went up to 5 concurrents. So, that is what we're talking about here. So here is the first one. So as you can see, the stream's already been liked, yet there's one watching. Now remember, I had just come in the stream at this point. So this is me coming in the stream and it says one is watching. This is when it said 0 up here. And even in, again, my browser window, 0. Okay? So that's where I open it up here and I go in here and there's one watching, as there always is, as a placeholder. It just says that. So that's the point. When I come in, it just fucking says that already, even though at this point in time on the stream, it said fucking 0. All you gotta do is watch the stream over again and you'll know. It's right there. So you'll be able to see it. So they came in, they liked the stream. It said 0. They took it down to 0. They were lying. So that was when I came in the stream to confirm this. And sure enough, here's the one watching, even though it's not one. And then here we go. Here we go. You ready? Here it is. Oh, there it is. 5. Yep. 5. And then, oh, look at that. Oh, wow. 5. I wonder, I wonder why that's the case. I wonder why it said 5 instantly after, again, only I was the one supposedly watching the stream. So why is it that, again, I start this and I come in here and supposedly, remember, it's at 0. It's at 0. So why does it say 1? No, it says that regardless. That's the placeholder. Okay? It just says that. Remember, I've come in here real quick trying to confirm this. It just says that. Okay? So the point is the amount of time that it takes to then count my view goes by, and it counts literally as 4 extra. And this is what I've been telling you about. Where even when this scammer followed me into another stream to dox me in that person's chat, I even pointed out that that person was supposedly had one person watching. It was lying. And then the instant that I was in there, all these fucking, just all these people, and they are scamming that person. That person consistently, when they stream, it says nothing is watching. Nothing. It'll say nothing. It'll literally say nothing. You'll go in there and it'll say one's watching. Just like that. Just like that. There's the one like that's clearly not me, or would be highlighted. Yep. Just comes in the stream and instantaneously likes the stream one time. And again, is literally in there. Is this a rerun? Nope, this is live. There's no reruns. The only reruns we've done are when I beat Consort Radon, and that was badass. And, you know, again, when we want to talk about how I beat Fallen Order multiple times on stream, yet people seem to forget that I beat games on stream. So we're going to do reruns and run it into people's fucking brains that we beat hard games on stream. There's nothing wrong with doing that. We got no problems with doing that. We've done it plenty of times before. There's nothing. I don't get nervous playing hard games. I don't fucking care. If I die, I die. That shit's fucking hilarious. So, you know. So, yeah, as you can see, as you can see, we are talking about something very serious here where it just goes from one viewer to completely and instantly that. So again, somebody is putting malicious bots and tying them to my account so that every time I watch somebody's stream, it causes that problem. So again, there is actively a fucking scammer doing a lot of goddamn fucking shit with my data and my account. Gee, I wonder what's going on there. Yeah, I wonder what's going on there. Why are we lying? Why are we lying? Why are we creating ridiculous fake age verification bullshit just to get people's licenses and then pretending like, you know, we need this? Why are we doing that? I wonder if it's the same fucking reason these retards have these flock cameras and they're trying to pretend like they have the right to do that. You know, again, it's a violation of your rights. You can't, you know, there should be no camera, any one camera, period, following you around, violating your rights. But I mean, just the fact that like it's this bad. Like the fact that it's this bad, where there's this many cameras. Look at this. Just endless flock cameras monitoring your every move, illegally spying on you, pinging your car wherever it goes. They're down here in San Diego too. Look how fucking many are in San Diego. They're down here in San Diego. Just following you everywhere you fucking go, pinging your vehicle, getting your license plate. Operated by Lowe's. Yeah, bullshit. The cops are staring right at it. The Home Depot. Yeah, bullshit. The cops are staring right at it. Again, the fact that this system, this guy, can see all these, again, deflock.org, that should, again, open your eyes to the fact, again, he can see them. Any dumbass scammer with a phone, like I said, can sit here and hack these things. They're just on fucking poles that aren't even brake poles with a damn little solar panel attached to it. And they're following you around, taking pictures of your vehicle and storing it on a database somewhere for them to sit here and endlessly sell your fucking information. And they are following you the hell around everywhere. They are following you everywhere. You go to the grocery store, they know it. What did you buy? They know it. Yeah. Is that legal? No. Do they have a reason for wanting to know it? No. But if you start saying something they dislike, now they'll find a reason. Yeah. Unlawful surveillance, incredibly illegal. Insanely, incredibly fucking illegal. Unlawful surveillance. That is a real thing. People have been tried for these things. This is a real thing. Unlawful surveillance is a real thing. Plenty of police departments have been sued for that exact thing. And now here we are, all these cameras all over the United States that any police department, wherever you live, can just look right through these cameras. Any police department. So these cameras are being stared at by your cops. Your state cops, your local cops, all of them. They're just staring at cameras and illegally monitoring your whereabouts, where you're going, who you're with, everything about your car. They can sell this to scammers, to other countries. They can use it to entrapment, all that stuff. They can use it to incriminate you. We even have these things called Miranda rights, where they even have to make sure that you're educated about them before they can even ask you incriminating questions, because they're incriminating. You should know that you're being investigated before answering questions that could possibly incriminate you. That's why they are required to do that. So when we know that they're required to even do that, why the fuck are you trying to pretend like anybody knows about this? Nobody knows about this. This is literally illegal spying and surveillance. And I'm sick and tired of it. This is illegal spying and surveillance, and I'm just sick and tired of it. Just like I'm sick and tired of, like, stupidity. Like, literally, people just taking every chance that they get to act fucking stupid. There's no room for that anymore. We can't act stupid in the United States anymore. We already elected fucking stupid, and stupid is killing young girls. Yep, stupid is murdering and bombing little girls in Iran. So I am sick and tired of the dumb that comes in here. Sick and fucking tired of it. I'm not dealing with it anymore. Say something stupid, you're done. That's it. I'm sick and tired of it. Say something stupid, you're done. I'll block you for whatever fucking reason I want. Stop this. Goddamn scammer that pretends not to be. Stop. Just stop. I already warned you. Oh, let's come and chat and intentionally talk about things that the person's not talking about. Let's do that. And constantly try to sit here and, like, how many times are you going to sit here? I'm not lying. I swear I'm not gay. Who the hell said anything about that? Where's the super chat? Again, why are you mentioning that except to be toxic? You already know about that. And then, well, okay, I guess I'm gonna go. Yeah, all right, bye. Why did you come in except to sit here and get noticed? Why did you come in? Why? Yeah, and you actually ask if it's a rerun, all while knowing I don't re-stream things. No, knowing I don't do that. Knowing I don't do that. You actually ask that fucking stupid ass question. And then you say, wanna have some fun? What the fuck are you talking about? What does that mean? That sounds like something a fucking prostitute asks somebody. Did you just forget to take your meds today and come in my goddamn fucking chat? You got some problems, man. Jesus. No, I'm just calling it out. I'm so sick and tired of stupidity. That is some of the dumbest shit I think I've ever read. Just literally not focused, complete garbled nonsense. And that's how you act, too. I've already mentioned the fact that I called you before, and that's how you acted on the phone, too. Never any time when I called you did you ever want to talk about anything I was talking about or asked you about or anything like that. You would answer it maybe for half a second, maybe not. You literally just talk about yourself, hang up. You're a psychopath. Jesus. Like, just stop it already. Take a fucking hint. I already removed you as a mod because you didn't ever mod. You literally never blocked anybody, ever. All this shit happening, you never did a damn thing as mod. You used it to look good. You never did anything. You came in with endless fucking random bot channels. You did that. The amount of times you came in pretending to be a female or something like that. You're a psychopath. You want to sit there and do that with like your wife or somebody that knows you or something like that. That's fine. I really don't fucking know you, dude. I live here. Look, I live here. You live here. What are you doing? You are a goddamn psychopath when you communicate with people over the internet like that. I live here and you live here. Yep, that's what I thought. That is exactly what I thought. So that channel's completely blocked. That channel will never show up in my chat again. Help here for you. Whatever that is, that channel's been officially blocked. That's kind of what I thought. So I knew, just as you can see, here he is showing us, oh, please unban me. Yep, okay, so it's just your account. Right there it is. So, I'm gonna go to his channel and I'm gonna report his channel for spamming, is what I'm gonna do, because that's what he's doing. Scams and spams. I will report your channel. Stay the fuck away from me. Don't fucking talk to me anymore. Don't come in here. If I see that name in my chat, say a goddamn thing, and it's anything that isn't good stream, positive stream, good streamer, best streamer, you are banned, and I'm filing a lawsuit. Because you know what you do to streamers. You've been sued already. Stay the fuck out of my stream. Got it, bitch. If you don't, I will sue you. I've come into your channel and typed into your chats probably the amount of times that I can fucking count on one hand. And I sure as hell didn't go in your chat saying stupid fucking shit like this. Acting like a goddamn child when you get timed out. Oh, please unban me. Acting like a goddamn fucking child. Intentionally saying the wrong things on purpose, just like you always did. Just like when I'm on stream and you're asking personal questions. Where do you work? Is that your parents' house? Why are you asking those questions? 365. Because you're a fucking tool? Yeah. You're a pathetic bitch. If anything, I had actually kind of thought for a little while, that maybe you were just a fucking, again, just like some fucking wuss or something like that. You're just no, but literally, you are a goddamn scammer. You do not sit here and you don't deserve the right. You don't deserve the right for half of this shit that I helped you with. I did for you. The amount of times I told you something, and then the very next thing that happened to me was a thing I told you. Then this thing broke. Yeah, how many fucking times are we going to count that you sat here and learned how I did something just to break it? You stupid fucking piece of garbage. You're a fucking piece of garbage. You're a stupid fucking piece of garbage. Stay the fuck away from me. Do not ever talk to me again. I have never known you really. All you did was force phone numbers and all kinds of stuff. Fucking weird. So, this is a scammer that I want to let you guys know what he is doing. This scammer, what 365 does is he harasses people and pushes their buttons to learn what it is that angers them, so that way he can sit here and look like a good person that helped them. That's just being a helpy helperton. But meanwhile, what he's doing is he's being actually toxic. And so he triggers these things that he knows are the things that would upset the person. And on purpose, just does all of them. Yep, that's what he does. So, you know, I hope somebody blows up his mom's car. That's what I hope. I hope somebody blows up his mom's car. Because that's what happened with all this. I hope somebody blows up his mom's car and he realizes the seriousness of what the fuck he's doing. I hope that a scammer literally blows up his mom's car. That's what I hope. I don't care anymore. I hope that he sees that for what that is, because that's what happened in my life. I hope somebody blows up his mom's car. That's what I hope. And then he has to deal with that. You know, again, because that's what happened. And none of them gave a shit. They didn't care. You know, again, that happened to my mom and stuff like that. And I want to talk about that. No, same stupid shit. This asshole, he's not supportive. He doesn't fucking care. But, you know, when we're having trending and stuff like that, oh, then he can show up and chat and look real fucking supportive. Just like they always fucking did. Or they fell off and they kept coming back. Yep. They kept coming back to cause the canceling parameter they did, so that they know, oh, yep, that's what did it. And then they look and figure out how I deal with it. So then they just do that thing. That's not somebody that deserves the space. That's a goddamn fucking scammer. Asshole. You really are a piece of trash. You know that? You never did anything for me. Anything. All you do is sit here and cause problems for me. You are causing problems. Always. Just like the other guy did. You're not here to be, filling up the chat and stuff like that. You're here to cause problems. Unbelievable. What a joke. These are the same assholes that tried to make a big deal out of this guy getting what he deserved. Yeah. Yeah. And they gang up, and that's what they're doing. Gang, gang, gang. And that's what they're doing. Yep. Stay the fuck away from me. Stop taking my trending. Because you know you're doing it. Fucking liar. You never had any of it. I did. Fucking liar. Oh, look. Oh, look. Oh, look. Let's put the guy with the really nice haircut on our screen where we're cutting hair and stuff like that. Durka durka durkity durkity dur. So that we can look really good. Even though you didn't fucking cut my hair. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I can do for you endlessly, and you fucking knew it. Your hair looks like fucking shit every day. You do all this dumbass fucking shit. You gotta do this, you gotta do this. But my hair, yep, yep. And you make the same goddamn mistake every fucking woman makes. And you're like, duh, I wonder why my hair doesn't, duh. Ridiculous. So I don't want to fucking hear it. I literally don't even want to fucking hear it. I don't want to hear that stupid fucking bullshit. You're the one streaming at your job, dumbass. You're the one causing all these problems. You. Yeah, that's why that other dumbass started streaming at his job. Because you were doing it. Yeah, he's a fucking retard, that's for sure. But you're streaming at your job and you get away with it. You shouldn't. Nobody should be doing this. Why are there POVs of a McDonald's kitchen? So we're just assembling sandwiches all fucking day. Unbelievable. And then this causes problems because, again, I'm in my private space. I'm swearing, I'm saying whatever the fuck I want. And then you intentionally put me on that TV in a business. I didn't do that. You did that. Yep, just like the retards at McDonald's that knew me and started playing me in the middle of McDonald's. You're a moron. That's you, not me. Yeah, that's called being a fucking retard. I didn't tell you to do it. In fact, if you're smart, you will never put a live streamer in this context where we could be talking about gay ass retarded Trump and say exactly that. And it's going to piss all kinds of people off. And here you are playing it at a business, not working, not doing your job. You're streaming, you're watching a stream, you're trying to be ADD at work. And clearly your job isn't challenging you enough. Clearly you aren't challenged enough. So it must be nice. It must be nice to be in California where consistently, you know, everybody just balances the budget and makes everything better. It must be nice to make a bare minimum wage much higher than the rest of the country and have your economy literally compete with world economies like France. It must be nice to be in California, and that's the case. Why is my bit rate shifting around as if somebody's recording the stream right now? As I say this, why is that happening? Why is my bit rate shifting around as if somebody's recording the stream right now, right as I talk about California? Why is that happening? Why is that happening? Why are you doing that? Why are you recording my live stream? Why not wait till after? Because you want to disrupt the stream and you know it causes a problem? Yes, that's why. On purpose, you do this. 365, you. Nobody else, it's you. Yep, it's you. Yeah. And you know full well that you're the one that tried to charge my mom's card. You had a debit card sent to you illegally, and you tried to use it, didn't you? Yes, you did. Yes, you most certainly did. You scamming piece of trash. Don't ever fucking talk to me again. And when the FBI gets you, I'll have plenty of information for them. Plenty. Oh, I got plenty. Piece of fucking garbage. Garbage. Just as much as this is garbage. This stupid fucking person. Why are my likes being removed? Why did the emojis stop? Why did you blatantly become very obviously guilty in that moment? Where again, you literally you oh. You stop spamming emojis. You're removing likes. why? Oh yeah, and you caught it now because I said something. So now it starts again just because I said something. Oh, but we're gonna look real fucking guilty right when I says that. Yep, imagine that. Yeah, because you're fucking stupid. That's the point. Like it's just so polar opposite. But the moment that I pointed out, again, like that's exactly indicative of what I just said. Where they cold turkey stopped and they were doing this. And now after pointing it out, oh yes, spam it again. Oh, we can't make him right. So that actually does make me right because again, it's the same. That's that behavior. Opposite of what I say. So when you're such a dumb fuck that you actually sit here and you cause a problem for our bank, like the actual like bank itself, you actually try to commit fraud and steal money. Wow. I love how this guy tries to pretend like he's some Christian. Like this is a full on example of how psychopathic Christians are. You're a goddamn psychopath. You stalk me. You don't do anything positive. You've never been positive to me. Literally all scams, all stalking, forced whatever the fuck you want. Doesn't matter what I want. I have rules, you don't follow them. You don't fucking care. Nothing is about you giving a shit about anything anybody else tells you to fucking do. You do whatever you want to do, you asshole. I'm tired of it. You're an asshole. Your wife should leave you because you're a piece of shit. But, she's probably a fucking retard too, so. I just figure, we'll make a point that 365 makes it all about him and that we must pay attention to him. I just wanted to make a point, because again, that is definitely what this piece of shit does. No, it's about him. All about him and and his stupid ass fucking streams that nobody gives a shit about. Like, you're talking about a guy that literally he is so boring, he has to get on stream and run in place and jump up and down just to be interesting. He has to take his shirt off on stream. He's got to do that. Otherwise, he's not got enough viewers. He's got to take his shirt off and be real sexy for everybody. Show off his tattoos. I'm sure his wife appreciates him taking his shirt off for everybody. I'm sure she just loves that. You know. I'm sure, and I'm sure that goes the other way around. I'm sure that, he would just love it if she did the same thing. She's just takes her shirt off right on stream. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Double standard. Oh, wait. Yeah, I literally don't care what you wear. You can wear whatever the fuck you want. I don't even care if it's like, I can sort of see through it a little bit or whatever, white beater or whatever. You can sort of see through those. I don't give a shit. But if you're wearing, but you wear clothes, you cover your skin. You don't just show up on stream without a shirt. Unless, again, your name is... Remember when he did it? Not 365, obviously. I mean, fuck. You know what I'm talking about. That was amazing. And we all know he did it just to stick it to certain people that are doing that stupid shit. That was fucking amazing. And he's fat as shit. And he knows it's not attractive, and he's just sitting there with his shirt. It was so funny. I was laughing so hard. I was so happy to see that. That was so damn funny. And that's the point. Like, it shouldn't be a double standard. So the point is, you're doing it because you want to be seen with your tattoos. That guy did it because he's a hero. There's a difference. Sort of like the whole TikTok thing and trying to get that shut down, like that was a real big, like people harping, yeah, and women are just on there with their shirts off every day, and yeah, and that's really what that was about. The idea that it's a double standard. So women can just sit, be on TikTok and all these things, then he can sit there with his shirt off. I thought that was hilarious. But again, I'm not talking about 365. He would never be that smart. He would never do it for a good reason. He's only going to do it to be seen, to be, to show off his tattoos. Oh, look, the bit rate is shifting around all over the place because they are trying to view my stream. They are trying to promote it. And this is what they have scammed my stream to do if you try to promote it. If you try to get my stream promoted, the scammer will sit in here and do this to the bit rate. So as you can see up here, the bit rate is malicious. I will be calling my lawyer, and this has reset the statute of limitations. I will be suing YouTube, and I will be suing any streamers involved in this scam. This resets the statute of limitations on this. My lawyer has already confirmed this, that if you are regularly sitting here and hacking my system or the stream to a point to shift my bit rate around, this is malicious. And this actually is affecting my internet, my stream. It is defamatory. It is a reset of those statutes of limitations. And we will absolutely be filing a massive lawsuit against you and against YouTube for sure. So again, regardless of what you're doing here, where you're shifting that bit rate around, it doesn't change the fact that it resets the statute of limitations. And I've already warned you that we're going to sue the state of Pennsylvania because they should be protecting us against this. I live in Pennsylvania. State police haven't done anything and the FBI hasn't done anything. So we will sue the state of Pennsylvania, but we're also going to sue YouTube and Google. And it's going to be a pretty massive lawsuit that involves lots and lots of people, including this scammer 365 that is sitting here doing this. I'll be back. So I'm just documenting evidence of my internet speed being impacted by this, and they are hacking my system. I'm just documenting evidence of that and sending that to my lawyer. So I will be back. Yep. So again, my internet download should be around 800. My internet download speed right now is 92. My internet download speed is 92. So again, this scammer and my upload is not correct either. So this scammer is stealing my internet to do what they're doing. So I am documenting this. I am going to run several tests and document this many times. Send it over to my lawyer. So already checked. My internet is not having any reports of being down. This is not on my end of things. Yep, so that's a permanent hack to keep my internet at the very low download speed that it's at. That will continue to happen until I get off stream and sever the stream and fix it myself. This is a permanent denial of service, and it is in fact a hack. I will in fact be sending this over to my lawyer, just stating this for the sake of the evidence later on the stream when we're looking at this in court. So I just documented the fact that when I sent an error report into something, my bit rate shifted around on my streaming software. So that is a monitor on my internet to detect anything going in and out. That is a blatant fucking scam, and that is an illegal monitor, just like you see here on this map here, where police are using every little fucking thing to manipulate a situation, to lie, and have every reason to spy and monitor people illegally. So, again, what you just saw didn't actually, again, isn't something that should have actually happened. This is an example of those police that know they're doing this, that know they're trying to manipulate this to be something where they eventually steal my channel and steal all of the money, steal property, steal everything that I own and stuff like that. That's what this is about. They're trying to steal things. So these disgusting cops are manipulating everything here just for the sake again of making it so that there's a parameter to steal. Yep, my internet speed is still an incorrect number. It is still literally 700 less than it should be. 700 less than it should be. That is somebody stealing my fucking internet. Yep, so that is a definitive hack on my device to limit the internet so that way um again, the trending that I'm getting, people that were actually promoting my stream are unable to watch the stream, where it causes a problem for the stream because, again, they are literally manipulating. Again, I have shown you full examples of my internet speed. I do not have to show you what my internet speed is for you to realize that it shouldn't be fucking 80 MIPS. This is fucking pathetic and disgusting. That is my internet speed. That is what it's supposed to be. 800. Not 80. Not 80. 800. Why is my bitrate shifting around right now? Why? 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 Why is my internet 80 MIPS? Why? You fucking asshole! Hey, 365, you asshole! You scamming fucking piece of garbage! Why? You think that because you can sit here and spam confetti, therefore, I'm wrong. Oh, yes, I'll believe you now. Why is my internet not what it should be? Why is it literally 80 instead of 800? Moron! 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 Why? 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 Why is my internet 80 instead of 800 like it should be? Why? Why is there a hack on my internet right now to prevent the trending of all the people that were coming in the stream? Why? 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 Okay, here's what we're going to do. Since you're doing this, what we're going to do is we're going to leave this stream running. I'm going to leave it running. It's going to continue to run. I will leave this run. Here it sits. Yep. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to file yet another report to the FBI. And this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to report James Semro. And I'm going to report every single other name that I have come in contact with on this platform that has caused me problems. I am going to report 365 on the same report, because all I've done is report no sleep. And it's blatantly obvious that I needed to report more than that. Why the fuck? Why the fuck? Why? the fucking hell is my internet 80 instead of 800? Why? We pay for this. We pay money for this. You are stealing internet. We pay money for this. You are stealing it. I will be suing you. I will be taking a massive lawsuit against YouTube, Google, the state of Pennsylvania, and several other states involved. Several. There are several other states involved in this, and I will be suing those other states. So since this bullshit happened, I'm just putting this asshole on blast. I don't fucking care anymore because he's a stupid asshole. I want to show you what an asshole this dumbass fucking is, okay? This James Semro piece of shit, he's a terrorist. He's a scammer. He's a piece of trash. This fucking faggot literally caused so many problems for me. And this is like, again, I know I've said this before, and I know I've shown you this before, and I shouldn't have to show you this again, but this is this faggot's channel. This is this asshole's channel. This is what he does. And this guy has said this before. This is why nobody likes him. Is like he literally like says dumb shit like this, and he's like uneducated. And like you can't even read his sentences because he can't even fucking spell, and he has no academics whatsoever. The guy's a moron. So uneducated, totally fucking stupid. Yeah, went through foster care and everything, admits to it. Okay, so the point is he's dumb. He's uneducated. And this guy thinks that he can make content. It's interesting or no, it's stupid. And he got this whole idea for like, you know, making fun of people and stuff. He got that from me because I was the one that originally did a mock stream of Michael Does Life, and it was funny as hell. And they were all over that. They were like, oh, yeah, it's so funny. I'm going to do that now. I'm going to just. And he's like, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. So he is. The point is, this is always what he does. He comes and steals an idea because he doesn't have any original fucking ideas. And all he's doing is milking my ideas for everything they're worth. Oh, diss track. Nobody cares. It's probably the worst rapping I've ever heard. And again, my stream that was a joke, that was just a parody stream, which is what I called it. I called it a parody stream because the guy used to sit there and just sit in a fucking corner, say nothing, and eat potato chips. The whole goddamn stream. That is why I could do a parody, because, I mean, Jesus Christ, you don't need anything funnier than that. I literally just have to sit there and eat chips and insult people. That's literally what he was doing. He would eat chips, not talk to them, and actually insult his audience and expect them to donate. That's what he was doing. That's why it was funny. Meanwhile, this piece of shit endlessly doesn't use his face because he doesn't want his face there. He has some kid as his cover page. Is that like him or something? That's weird. Is it, like that's if that's him as a kid or something, like that's weird. And swear to God, this guy defends Andrew Tate. Actually, that's psychopathic. And then you read it, and it's completely incoherent. Thought I'd never say this, he says. Thought I'd never say this, he says. But Andrew Tate, I truly believe, is innocent. Truly with 2 L's. Video coming. Do some research about the last 3-year Romania prisons raids, taking all money and assets, set him up bad. Entire run-on sentence. Do some research about the last 3-year Romania prisons raids, taking all money and all assets, set him up bad. Do some research about the last... Imagine if I talked like that. If I just talked this broken and stupid. Do some research about the last 3-year Romania prisons taking all money and assets, set him up bad. What the fuck? You will see when I make the video. All of these have exclamation points, and then the very last final statement, 0 period, 0 punctuation whatsoever. Just end of statement, but nothing. Like, literally an illiterate dumbass. And YouTube's promoting this guy. 40-some thousand subscribers. What the fuck is this? Like, what is this? That's him, but AI. Like, it's not actually him, it's his face on, like, he wants to look good, but he looks like fucking fat or something. Yep, and then there's the bit rate flying around all over the place, right? There's the bit rate fine. What do you think, he doesn't show his face? No, you can go to any stream and see him. He's right there. You don't gotta shift my bit rate around, you fucking retards. See, this is the fucking problem. You goddamn fucking retards. So fucking stupid. He's literally right there. And then remember, I'm the one that started playing this game, but here he is playing it. He's playing it. Because he wants to play everything everybody else plays. He's not good at games. Nobody watches his content to watch him play video games. Nobody cares about his takes on games. So, like, that's the point. Nobody cares about his take on anything. He's not actually a martial artist. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He sits here and actually admits he believes Andrew Tate is innocent. This guy literally is a sex trafficker. Andrew Tate is a sex trafficker, and he thinks he's innocent. What a moron. So just as you see, the very second that we are talking about this stupid piece of trash, this scammer is shifting the bit rate all over the fucking place. All over the place. As soon as we're talking about this piece of trash, nobody cares. You're not. Okay, nobody fucking cares. This stupid asshole is the same stupid asshole that caused me so many problems. Came in my chat trying to be seen, causing problems for my chat, literally telling me to block people. Remember? All these mods that he used to have. He literally, like, told me to block them at various times. Physically told me to block them. Yeah, because they were coming in his chat talking about stuff and coming in my chat talking about stuff, and so I have to block them. Yep. He did that. So the point is that these pieces of trash are literally sitting here manipulating information out of people that are smarter than them. They don't know how to do this. He would have never known how to do this if I didn't even give him a little tiny bit. He would have never known how to do any of this shit. This dumb fuck didn't even know that you could screenshot something. He didn't know how to screenshot something before I told him how to fucking do it. I swear to God, this guy is so fucking stupid. He didn't even know how to fucking screenshot something before I told him how to do it. Yeah. And then after that, oh, he was screenshotting all kinds of stuff to steal my icon and all kinds of stuff. Didn't even know you could do it because he's that stupid. So I'm going to leave this run again, as I said, because as you can see, my internet again should be this, but it is this because of what they are doing to try to literally manipulate my channel. Fucking lying pieces of garbage. So I'm just letting you know, if I ever see any of these people in real life, oh, you better believe they're not going to have a face anymore. If I ever see any of these people in real life, they will not have a face anymore. It's not a threat, it's a promise. If I see James Semro, or likewise any of these people in real life, I will literally make sure they don't have a face anymore. Because the state police don't do their jobs. And neither does the FBI. Because they've all been reported to the FBI. Oh, there was an FBI report. Oh, a massive one. They've all been reported to the FCC, the FBI, and the Pennsylvania State Police. All of them. The FCC full on admitted that the Trump administration ignores what they do. So it's up to the FBI at that point. FCC admitted that. So that's the FBI. So you can keep doing what you're doing. And then, just right around the corner or so when some competent people are in government and things are going better, when there's competency again. Yeah. Yeah. You might want to consider the fact that you're in a lot of goddamn trouble, you stupid fucking son of a bitch. Yeah, you're in a lot of goddamn trouble, you stupid goddamn fucking son of a bitch. So to think that I won't be working with those Democrats and that administration that's competent. Oh, you have another thing coming. So I'll be leaving this here, as I stated, for you guys to see. Because YouTube, this is their platform, and they are responsible for not dealing with these people. Hey, the good old days. 9193, person I blocked that's always in my chat saying things that I don't recognize. The good old days. 9193, I blocked you. 9193, the good old days. 9193. Why the fuck do you have 17 subscribers yet you don't have any content? Why do you have 17 subscribers but you don't have any content? Why do you have 17 subscribers yet you don't have any content? So again, as an evidence of statement for the court later, this is again just us leaving the stream open to show you just how long this continues to go on. Where again, it is a blatant denial of service on the stream and a complete hack on my device, where my device will not resume its proper internet usage. This is something that has and will break my internet, my network driver in Windows. And again, this is a Microsoft issue where these people are able to expose the problems with Microsoft and cause an issue with the network driver in Windows 11. Again, while having a full total security, ultimate, whatever, best paid for version of a virus software. And in addition to that, again, having a full working version of Windows 11 that, again, should just literally never do this and is doing this every single stream. Again, I want to state for the record that we have streamed um, a mobile stream plus two other streams all at the same time, all while running YouTube on a TV behind me and many other devices in the house, and not have a single problem with the internet like that. And again, I've already done a test online, checked to see if my internet's supposedly down. According to them, it is not. So again, this is that speed test that you see there on that left. That is literally the speed test I just took on this stream. That is what it says. And again, on the right is what it normally is and what it should be, regardless of streaming. Because again, streaming doesn't massively suddenly change your internet speed. Yes, they're sitting here looking at my screen and staring at my screen and everything on my PC. That's what they're doing. So I'm going to go ahead and run a reversal on them, and I'm going to go ahead and breach their PCs. And just so that we're clear, we will be leaving this stream here all day. And as a follow-up punishment to YouTube, I will be sitting here and doxing several YouTube streamers that are scammers right on YouTube. I'm gonna dox them on several other platforms too. But again, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to get on and show you many scamming streamers that are right here on YouTube that YouTube actually sits here and doesn't remove and does things like this, where they have all these scammers that they promote and boost for sitting here and harassing people because this is what YouTube does. So that's sort of the point. The point is that it's YouTube's policy to literally be like this and manipulate people um, to be toxic and attack each other. Which conveniently is what cops do too, by the way. Cops escalate, they don't de-escalate. Don't be surprised when I shut down Elon's little fucking server. Okay, so the internet speed again is still that thing on the left that it should not be. So again, that is somebody actively hacking this device that I'm streaming from to intentionally cause that to happen. It is still, in fact, doing that. There is no change, and I'm simply stating for the evidence of the fact. Also notice that the upload is also lower than it should be. Okay. Also let me state too that this is a cap. Okay, so that one on the right, that's actually already capped. Um I could actually I could get faster. They could do it faster, I think. If they felt like allocating, more to certain people and stuff like that. I think it's just that they don't. So again, that is a cap. So again, like they can handle it too. Like they're not trying to bottleneck anything either. Like my point is, they my internet can handle that, and they are, in addition, I think, capping it to that so that again they don't have traffic bottleneck issues. So again, that has nothing to do with anything, because when I contact my ISP, they indicate what my internet max should be, and they always say exactly what that speed test gives me. Always. It is always that exact stable number. They say that exact, and if anything, that's hot. That one on the right is a little bit higher than what they say. So, the download, I'm sorry, well, the number, the 1.62. But again, the main point is that, that is stupidly significantly lower than it should be, the one on the left, and somebody must be doing that. Again, I can run multiple streams at the same time. 2 to 3 different streams, probably 3 realistically. But 2 streams I have done simultaneously in front of you. No problems with the bitrate on either. And at the same time, playing a YouTube, YouTube video, and others using the internet throughout the same network, and no problems. All that, all that's happening right now is I'm running this stream. That's it. There is nothing else. Nothing. And remember, that speed test on the left, that is this device. The one on the right, that is this device.